discussing today is The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. It follows a lawyer named Mr. Utterson as he investigates the connection between his old friend Dr. Jekyll and the criminal Mr. Hyde. At the end, it's revealed that Jekyll and Hyde are actually the same person.
So, what is an anti-hero? From the Oxford Dictionary, it is a central character in a story, movie, or drama who lacks conventional heroic attributes.
However, for our intent and purposes, an anti-hero will be depicted as morally gray and contrast positive and negative traits.
So our thesis statement is, in Robert Louis Stevenson's The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, split identity is a distraction from what defines Jekyll as an anti-hero, rather than his hypocrisy and lack of accountability that define him as such. It ties directly into our thesis statement is understanding what binary thinking is. Binary thinking is the categorization of multifaceted issues into two distinct groups, and ultimately viewing one side as the correct option, or the widely accepted option. Such examples include seeing the world as black and white, or categorizing someone as good or evil. So, as you can see, the problem with this is that oftentimes the gray areas are ignored or forgotten. And for example, if we look at image number 1 over here, this represents most of reality as a spectrum of hues. As we go from image number 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4, what we see is that binary thinking causes the reduction of the spectrum of hues into two states, and that is white and black. We have two labels for these states, and the problem with this, as you can tell, is if you look at 2A, we see that these two shades are white, and if we look at 2C, we see that these two shades are considered black. But when you look at 2B, we see that these shades are more identical to one another than the other shades that are in the categories. And the problem is that they're not in the same category, even though they're literally identical. So what we see is that the uniqueness of these shades is often lost when we label them as white or black. So what should we do instead? We should embrace complexity. The problem with often using binary thinking is that it's because we're a comfort zone. We want to use binary terms because it's what's in front of us, and it's something that we already have. So instead of using binary thinking, what we should do is we should question the foundational assumption. We should be able to go back to what occurred for these binary terms to come about, and what else could we search for, and what other details we could seek beyond what is already given to us. So this connects back to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, because Dr. Jekyll is often labeled as the good guy, and Mr. Hyde is often labeled as the bad guy. But instead, what we need to do is we need to look at the relationship as a whole, rather than just looking at them in separate seconds.
Alright, so next we're going to discuss split identity in an unreliable narrative. So, split identity is really pushed as this reason why Jekyll is an anti-hero, or really why he has both these good traits and these bad traits. This quote essentially states it outright. He has these two characters and two appearances, and one of them is the evil Hyde, and the other one is, as he says, just Jekyll. Before we move further, we're going to need to define unreliable narrative. You probably know unreliable narrator to be a narrator whose storytelling cannot be trusted. However, the definition of unreliable narrative we're going to be using today is a little bit different from that. It comes from the philosopher Gregory Curry, and it relies on the concept known as the implied author. So what is the implied author? The implied author is the figure who you as a reader imagine to have written a text. So here's an example. Let's say you read a book and you conclude that it is a critique of the government. It doesn't really matter whether the actual author intended it that way. As long as you can form that interpretation based on evidence in the text, then it is the intent of the implied author. So, with that having been established, an unreliable narrative in this way is the complex intention of the implied author. Or, in other words, there are multiple interpretations of the text. And some of them are more valid than others based on the evidence presented. In this type of unreliable narrative, it's very common that there is both superficial evidence leading to a simple conclusion and subtler evidence leading to a more complex conclusion. In Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, there is a very obvious solution presented, which is that he's an anti-hero because Jekyll is good and Hyde is bad. But can that really be the case? After all, Jekyll was the one who created Hyde in the first place. So he must have had these good and bad traits already innate within him. Additionally, in this quote, he says it outright. He has these bad traits. But it's actually overshadowed in most of the narrative because the role of Hyde is very much emphasized, and his vices are never actually stated. Because of this, the split identity view prevails.
I will now discuss the theme of accountability in both Stevenson's novel and also in Jordan Peele's film Us. So first is abuse of power. Dr. Jekyll abuses his power because he is known as highly influential in society. Because of this, he is able to perform his experiments. For example, he is able to buy the chemicals needed in bulk, and he is also able to pay off victims' families with the money he has. As you can see by this quote, Dr. Jekyll blames all the wrongdoings on Mr. Hyde. He explicitly states, Edward Hyde, alone in the ranks of mankind, was pure evil. And now I'll discuss similar themes of accountability in Jordan Peele's 2019 film, Us. So basically, the summary of the movie is that Adelaide and her family members go to their beachfront home, and where they are attacked by their murderous doppelgangers. Their goal is to take their human counterparts apart on Earth. So, in the final scene of the novel, of the film, it is shown that Adelaide is actually one of the tethered, and she had switched spots with her human counterpart as a child. So of course this leaves the watchers very deceived. The hero they've been rooting for throughout the whole movie is actually one of the villains. And this plays a part with the themes of accountability. Similar to Dr. Jekyll, Adelaide does not take accountability because she refuses to accept her past. By lying to her family and those around her, she tries to get a better life for herself, but in the end, the past comes back to haunt her.
Finally, we have our last component of our thesis, hypocrisy. Jekyll's hypocrisy mainly stems from his contradicting actions and thoughts. For example, after Hyde commits a murder, Jekyll vows to himself that he will remain in the form of Jekyll for the rest of time. However, he doesn't actually take the actions to do so. He refuses to get rid of his clothing and apartment, which act as his final tie to Hyde. As shown on this quote on the screen. If he really wanted to bid a present farewell to Hyde, he should have fully committed. Jekyll shows more examples of his hypocritical tendencies throughout the text. For example, he has a habit of condemning Hyde for his actions, despite the fact they are literally one and the same person. However, Jekyll is far from an irredeemable villain. His sincerity shines through his actions and intentions. When Jekyll realizes he will be permanently stuck within his Hyde persona, he chooses death over Hyde, because he understands the great amount of harm that Hyde can cause to society. So through his contrasting negative and positive traits, Jekyll becomes an anti-hero.
So here's our conclusion. Ultimately, the way Jekyll's anti-heroism is shown reflects greater society's embrace of binary thinking. The narrative directs us to attribute Jekyll's fault to his split identity, but in reality, he becomes an anti-hero by refusing to take accountability for his hypocritical actions. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So think of questions for this group, and while you're thinking of those questions, we're going to call up our next group. So please welcome Rachel Chen, Ellison Dayon, and Angeline Wu. They're going to present You've Been Rejected, Now What? The Anti-Hero Search for Acceptance in Frankenstein and the Picture of Dorian Gray.
Hi, my name is Rachel.
My name is Allison. And my name is Angeline.
And you've just been rejected.
Whether it be college applications, promposals, or your hunt for a summer job, everybody in this room has been rejected at some point in their lives. So now what? Our presentation focuses on how repeated rejection paves the way for anti-heroism, and how our psychological and social biases contribute to systemic issues of prejudice and exclusion. First, we will explain why we reject people and its inherent correlation to beauty. Then we will examine different reactions to rejection before ultimately unpacking the societal consequences.
Our research has led us to the claim that the never-ending search for acceptance within an appearance-obsessed society creates inevitable rejection and facilitates anti-heroism, which is neither productive nor beneficial, as it promotes moral decay, desperation, and detached apathy. By analyzing the creature in Frankenstein and Dorian Gray in the picture of Dorian Gray, we see how rejection varies from person to person. In Frankenstein, we focus on the creature, an artificial life form devised by Dr. Victor Frankenstein. The creature is immediately rejected by Victor and is left to explore the human world with little guidance and hopes to assimilate within human culture. He is ultimately rejected due to his grotesque appearance, and from his perspective, we learn how rejection affects the conventionally rejected. Dorian Gray falls on the other end of the spectrum, being so immensely beautiful that he's revered for it. He poses for a portrait by Basil Howard and is introduced to the affluent Lord Henry, who shares Dorian's radical views on beauty and power. Dorian becomes obsessed with pursuing eternal beauty at the expense of his morals, and his portrait deteriorates to reflect his tainted character. Through his perspective, we see how rejection manifests itself in those who might not be conventionally rejected. So why do we reject? What makes one person susceptible to rejection and the other person not? Appearances are crucial to our judgment, and our recognition of these biases date back to the research of ancient philosophers. To simplify for the sake of our presentation, Aristotle generalized that ugliness leads to unhappiness, and later, Immanuel Kant would theorize that beauty is symbolic of morality. We find the harmony and unified features to be beautiful, just as we might find harmony between moral principles and action. Because harmony exists at the center of both practices, it becomes easy to mistake beauty for good character when it is just the simple recognition of harmony. In Dorian's case, this confusion between beauty and goodness can be best explained by the halo effect. The halo effect is known as the erroneous practice of attributing good traits to people we find attractive and bad traits to people we don't find as attractive. For example, we might label somebody who's a loner as mysterious if we find them attractive, but if we don't find that same person attractive, we might label them as a loser. As Dorian Gray relies on his appearance as a crutch to overshadow his immoral behaviors, he establishes that beauty is the only acceptable ideal to live by. But what if, like the creature, somebody falls on the other spectrum of beauty? With no one to turn to as an other in society, he suffers in resentment and silence.
Let's zoom in on the creature. From his conception, he is nameless and inherently inhuman. Even then, he still craves to become part of society as he observes a family and learns English. However, when he meets the family, the creature is shunned out. He later asks Victor for a wife, something that he observes to be essential to be part of human society once again, but is yet again prevented from achieving humanization when Victor spitefully destroys his research. This constant push and pull creates a never-ending cycle with no way out. Let's now take a look at Dorian Gray. As previously mentioned, he is the epitome of genetic success. So what could Dorian seem to be missing? His insatiable desires originate from Lord Henry when he introduces the Yellow Book to him. The book foundationally promotes hedonism, the concept of pursuing pleasure over all else. With a pleasure-seeking protagonist committing reckless actions, the book is a fantasy, but Dorian adopts this to his own life as he now has a strange and dangerous charm and has seen something vile and degraded for the sake of fitting in. Lord Henry purposely continues to feed these beliefs to Dorian, knowing that he's mentally unstable, and Dorian develops a paralyzing fear of rejection that keeps it under Lord Henry's thumb. So how do the two characters respond to all of this? They attempt to take control of their lives, not by directly seeking help, but by acting out on their frustrations and seeking revenge. In Frankenstein, the creature kills William, Victor's brother, and frames Justine, the housemaid, to punish the world that caused him suffering.
The novel mentioned how his heart swelled with a hellish triumph and has a striking absence of any guilt. Contrastingly, Dorian Gray exhibits punishment-induced aggression as a result of his fear of rejection, and his paranoia over the uglified state of his portrait shows that even those who are beautiful are victimized by narcissistic culture. The article Punishment and Its Punitive Fallout maintains that Dorian's resulting aggression is misplaced, which is made clear when he kills Basil Howard, the man who painted his portrait, repeatedly stabs the painting himself, and commits suicide in the process. Both Creature and Dorian Gray demonstrate the unfortunate madness that follows repeated rejection.
So what? What does this all mean? How do these fictional stories of failed assimilation and an obsessive desire for acceptance reflect who we are? I'd like to direct everybody to this quote, stating, "With the rise of social media, we celebrate and reward physical beauty as if indeed it was the highest order, as though the beautiful are better people precisely because of their beauty. With the advent of social media, people are quicker than ever to assume that beautiful people are morally superior, proven by rhetoric like, 'This is how you age when you're unproblematic,' or 'racism ages,' when referring to various celebrities and public figures. This quick skit from YouTuber Not Even Emily perfectly illustrates the absurdity of this appearance-based logic.
It doesn't discriminate between good people and bad people. That's just not how aging works. Thanks for watching my stuff. Oh yeah, of course. Gotta respect the elders, you know. Oh! Yeah, thanks. I mean, I kind of thought we were around the same age, but all right. Wait, how old are you? I'm in my 20s. Oh! What did you do? What are you talking about? How many racist comments could you have possibly made? Huh? You know what? I am not falling for that nice girl act. I know that there must have been something heinous in your past because you have aged atrociously. Excuse me, you know, like, you've aged really horribly. Like, you look awful for your age. So I know that you must have done something really bad, like a hit and run or paralyzed an orphan for fun or something. That's how it works, right?
Despite the exaggerated nature of the video, Emily shows us why we hold ourselves to unattainable standards of eternal youth. Because if you aren't flawless, you are seen as less than. Botox injections to minimize the appearance of aging, and more recently, looks-maxing strategies that claim to make you instantly more attractive are idealized trends that prey on this exact insecurity. The rise of Sephora kids exemplifies the danger of these anti-aging ideals, as children as young as 9 years old are flooding retail stores searching for retinoids and filming Get Ready With Me style videos that feature extensive skincare routines, a trend that should raise concern over the mental health of young girls. As the standards rise and beauty trends change, so does our desperation to keep up with them. But in a culture where trends cycle faster than ever, the hard truth is that we will never be able to. So after all this effort and still not being able to find acceptance, why even bother? The characters in our thesis text state especially that. While acceptance encourages people to do better, rejection is demoralizing and encourages people to be antagonistic members of society. Upon sacrificing their moral codes, both Dorian Gray and the Creature become what society has expected them to be all along, monsters. The Creature especially demonstrates this self-defeating learned helplessness when he relents that evil thenceforth became my good. Urged thus far, I had no choice but to adapt my nature to an element which I had willingly chosen. By introducing the prejudice of rejection, no matter how implicit, we are only creating self-fulfilling prophecies of anti-heroism, and as an extension, unproductivity and passivity in place of dedication and enthusiasm. Rejection cannot be reduced to an individual struggle, but rather becomes everybody's problem.
Circling back to the definition of the anti-hero and the call for papers, we understand that the anti-hero is a person that lacks the traits of nobility, bravery, or any type of typical qualities defined by typical heroes and heroines. Rejection and appearance-obsessed society promotes such moral regression, both on a personal and societal level. For the fictional characters seen in Frankenstein and the picture Dorian Gray, to real-world individuals like you and I, our obsession with social standing prevents us from maintaining our morality.
We hope that you can find the strength to rise above social societal pressures. In a world where physical flaws are constantly scrutinized, we owe it to ourselves to recognize that true heroism and beauty lies in self-acceptance.
Thank you for listening, and to Mr. McDonough and Professor Amatuli for their guidance, and lastly, Kara, we're excited.
Okay, thank you to both groups. We have a few minutes for questions. Does anyone have a question for either group? We have plenty of time. So here's what we're going to do. Talk to each other for a second. Come up with a question. And, wait up, here's some tips. You do not need to be like, you know, I thought this about Frankenstein the seventh time that I read Frankenstein, and I was wondering, you could ask them a process question, such as, what was it like to do this project? So if somebody wants to throw them something like that, by all means, talk to each other for like 5 seconds, then I'll be like, all right, we need a question. I'm going to have... Okay. That's more than enough. Who's ready? Okay, I'm coming all the way over there. I want at least one more question after this one, and try and get it to the other group.
For the group that did the presentation about rejection, I was wondering what led you to that idea, because I feel like it's a very creative approach to anti-heroes, and the way you connected it was very sophisticated. So I wondered how you worked that way, from connecting beauty standards to being an anti-hero.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great question. So our idea has changed a lot over time. At first, it started off being biases that we create surrounding people who are attractive, especially in the media, like characters in literature and movies who are physically attractive, so we kind of forgive their moral wrongdoings. We saw that especially in the new Hunger Games movie. That's where the idea kind of started. And then over time, when we were trying to apply it to our thesis text, the idea kind of evolved to be more so rejection, related to appearances, but not only appearances, also beyond. Because rejection in general creates this air of inferiority, and then that eventually causes built-up resentment, not only to yourself, but towards society. And we thought that had a lot of relevance, especially regarding social media, so that's where that connection kind of came in. Does that answer your question?
Okay, great. Do we have a question for the other group, the Jekyll and Hyde group? Sorry. All right, Mr. McDonough is coming with the microphone. Much faster than I was. Put your hand back up. Please.
So, my question is, how do anti-heroes challenge traditional notions of heroism and like morality in your specific literature itself, like when compared to others? And like how does this affect its cultural value?
That's a good question. So the way we defined anti-hero was somewhat in opposition to an actual hero, which is quite similar to the definition presented in the call papers. But we focused very specifically on the contrast between the good ideal traits which are presented by a hero and the more negative traits which typically aren't. In the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the character that we follow, Jekyll, or the character who's focused on, which is Mr. Jekyll, is really presented as a distinguished gentleman, and he tries really hard to preserve this image of himself, which is what causes him to seek out a sort of hedonistic other self.
Thank you very much to the questioners and to the presenters. Is there anything else anyone would like to say? I think we're out of time here. So a round of applause to everybody. And thank you all for coming to our first session. So exit that way, please, and up back to Townsend Harris.
Hey, how's it going?
I'll buy you back, ready? Bye.
Okay, sorry to Miss Levi, Mr. Morrison's class, and Miss Sardinia's class. You're going somewhere else. You're going to have a first-of-a-kind experience right now at another presentation location. So if Miss Levi's class can go up and to the lobby, I'll direct you to the next place. So anyone in Miss Levi's class, anyone in Miss Sardinia's class, up and out.
Uma, what are you doing? What the crap? No way.
I figured July is the time to get full prep, and then August I can start, getting my sites.
All right, welcome everybody. We are going to begin. This is Band 2's session called Secrets, Suffering, and Anti-Heroes. But before we get into that session, I'm going to open the whole day for you. We didn't have time to do that Band 1, so I just want to welcome everybody to the 10th year of the Humanities Symposium. I'm Mr. Sweeney, and just kind of at the start of this 2-day session, we want to thank everybody involved. There's our professors and teachers in the Bridge-Year program who all worked with these students to get their presentations ready for today. There's Professor Ismay, who couldn't be here today. She wants to be here today, but couldn't, and she's the director of the Queens College Bridge-Year program and oversees everything along with her team, Professor Marino and Ms. Bola. And then also going to be here today is Mr. Condon, who oversees the English side of the high school curriculum. So we just wanted to give a shout out to all of them and thank them, give them a round of applause. And I want to thank all of you for coming. The goal here is that you get to see presentations from seniors, not just at Townsend Harris, but this year we have 3 schools who are presenting, which is the most schools we've ever had present. So it's Townsend Harris, it's Bryant, it is Infotech, and it is Veritas Academy. So please give a round of applause to all of those schools here. So, without further ado, we are ready to begin. I'm going to call up our host for this panel. It is Mr. Dunbar, so give him a round of applause.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Sweeney. Let's jump right into it. Today today we have two panels for you. Each of these groups is going to present to you for about 10 minutes on the research they've been doing all semester long. What we'd ask from you as an audience is, as you watch, just start to formulate some questions for our groups. What we'll do at the end of both presentations is we'll give you about 5 minutes to ask our panelists those questions that you come up with. So keep that in the back of your mind as you relax and enjoy the hard work that these students have done all semester. With that said, I'd like to introduce our first group, and their title, which you see here, is Salvation or Destruction, Forbidden Knowledge, and the Antihero in the Three-Body Problem, and that's Rhea, Bakshish, Chloe, and Saya. So, welcome.
Humanity must die. We are Bakshish, Sadia, Chloe, and Rhea, and we will be exploring themes of salvation and destruction, forbidden knowledge, and the anti-hero in the three-body problem. We will delve into symbols of forbidden knowledge amidst authoritarian rule and its role in the makings of an anti-hero.
So before we start, let's discuss Oppenheimer's opening scene. Oppenheimer is an Oscar award-winning movie that explores the creation of the atomic bomb during World War II. It follows physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer and his work on the Manhattan Project. Here is the opening scene for Oppenheimer. If you couldn't see the text from the video, it's on the slide. In the tale of Prometheus, Zeus forbade Prometheus to give fire to humans in fear that the humans would no longer look up to them as gods. The fire was seen as a tool that would put the gods and humans on an equal playing field. This brings us to how Prometheus is perceived in two completely juxtaposing contexts: gifting to man versus stealing from the gods. In the context of gifting to man, we see how Prometheus' fire gave humans the basis to develop civilization for building, nourishment, and warmth. To them, he was a hero. However, in the context of stealing from the gods, we focus on how he bought the fire at the gods' expense, stealing it when it was forbidden. To the gods, he was a villain. Oppenheimer is referred to as the American Prometheus.
So the atomic bomb is Oppenheimer's fire. During World War II, there was much backlash on whether or not the atomic bomb should have been used. Many people deemed it as a step too far, while others thought that it was needed in order for the war to end. In the opening scene we showed you, we saw that between the menacing music, the firing background, and beginning it with stealing from the gods, Oppenheimer clearly portrays Prometheus as the villain. Oppenheimer was posed with the same question as Prometheus, of whether the good done for one side outweighs the evil done to another. Both Prometheus and Oppenheimer play central roles in stories that force us to confront the dual nature of progress, its potential for both enlightenment and destruction. Through this, the anti-hero is born. The fire and atomic bomb become symbols of knowledge that have ambiguously moral implications, and it comes down to the wielder as to how that knowledge should be used. Based on who gets benefited and who gets harmed, the characters can be seen as either heroes or villains in their respective societies.
We examine such a society in The Three-Body Problem, a science fiction novel by Chen. It delves into the story of Ye, a scientist overwhelmed by corruption under the authoritative government of 1960s China during the Cultural Revolution. In the novel, Ye sends an alien civilization, the Trisolarans, to invade the Earth and bring about the annihilation of humanity after a series of events that include witnessing the death of her father firsthand by the government. Her father was murdered by biased supporters of the government for being outwardly vocal about ideas that were too Western and considered fake. Disillusioned by humanity and its corruption, she purposefully presses the button that causes the beginning of the end.
Silent Spring is Ye's fire and Ye's atomic bomb. In Hidden and Forbidden, conceptualizing dark knowledge, Simon Burnett and Anne-Marie Lloyd define dark knowledge as knowledge that may be hidden from power or positioned to enable power by its custodians to avoid revealing its purpose or value, or forbidden because its accusation, possession, or application may be immoral, unethical, or illegal. Silent Spring is a book that is banned throughout China, therefore making possession of this book illegal. Therefore, a Silent Spring becomes a symbol of forbidden knowledge in the three-body problem. Ye encounters the book when she meets a journalist while working the labor brigade in Inner Mongolia. He gives her Silent Spring and notably says, attracting the attention of the higher-ups because of his call-out regarding pesticide use on the earth and soldiers in World War II. The precautions the government took was to prevent Silent Spring from inspiring others, just as it did Ye, to realize the control the government imposes on the people, blinding them to become puppets to corruption. Silent Spring is what makes Ye an anti-hero.
Now let's analyze the way Cixin describes the impact of Silent Spring on Ye. She says, the use of pesticides had seemed to Ye just a normal, proper, or at least neutral act, but Carson's book allowed Ye to see that from nature's perspective, their use was indistinguishable from the Cultural Revolution, and equally destructive to our world. If this was so, then how many other acts of humankind that had seemed normal or even righteous were in fact evil? So, the use of pesticides were sentiments that the government did not want its citizens to be exposed to, in fear of a revolt happening. The trajectory of Ye's life was thus changed. Her moral axis shifting, realizing that the harm that comes from one action may not matter in comparison to the good it does. This is where the concept of hero and villain begin to emerge.
In relation once again to Prometheus' fire and Oppenheimer's bomb, we've discussed the individual significance of both, but it is the action of giving the fire to the humans, of letting the bomb explode, that begins the birth of our anti-heroes. Cixin sets Ye's complex journey up through Silent Spring, where she says that it exposed her to the bloody history of humanity. In the three-body problem, Cixin writes that Ye's rational consideration of humanity's evil side began the day that she read Silent Spring. During Ye's shift at the Red Coast military and research base, she accidentally intercepts a message from an alien species, the Trisolarans. They are on the brink of extinction and are looking for a new home planet, and it is made clear that if Ye communicates with them one more time, he will find the source of the message and come to Earth to eradicate humanity.
Without hesitation, Ye presses the button that transmits this message. Come here, I will help you conquer this world. Our civilization is no longer capable of solving its own problems. We need your force to intervene. While her intentions are fueled by severe character trauma and exposure to Silent Spring that turns her against the government she's lived under all her life, she is quickly able to decide that eradicating humanity is worth it to give the Trisolarans another chance and her own species a reset. Her choice, while made logically according to her knowledge and experiences, is marred by too much blood and violence for her to be labeled a sole hero or a sole villain.
This very action is what we determine made Ye the anti-hero. Just as Prometheus fought the fire that was seen as both something stolen and as a gift, and just as Oppenheimer helped make the atomic bomb for the US at the expense of Japanese lives, Ye pressed the button that ended a corrupt humanity, that gave them a reset, and also a new beginning for the Trisolarans.
Through Ye's story, we come to an understanding that oppressive governments make forbidden knowledge, and which then leads to forbidden knowledge making the anti-hero. If Ye never encountered Silent Spring or witnessed her father's death for having knowledge she shouldn't have, Ye would not have become so disillusioned with humanity in the first place. As Ye witnessed the consequences of possessing forbidden knowledge up front, this shaped her future worldview and pitted her against the government that enforced these bans. In conclusion, humanity must die. In searching for salvation, Ye found destruction to be inevitable. Her journey from a disillusioned scientist to an anti-hero mirrors the stories of Prometheus and Oppenheimer, who both dealt with forbidden knowledge and the moral ambiguities of their actions. The oppressive government and forbidden knowledge in the three-body problem drive Ye to make decisions that ultimately blur the lines between hero and villain. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to our first group. And And let's shift, let's move right ahead into our next group. So I'd like to welcome now to the podium, Rapta, Kayla, Joyce, Sneha, and Sudipa.
Good afternoon. Our presentation is on the sad clown, or the hidden suffering in anti-heroes. What is the importance of connection? No matter how much one may deny it, it is something that we all crave as social beings. The relationships we form with those around us are crucial in how one develops. When analyzing the development of an anti-hero, we explore the effects of these connections, or more specifically, the lack of these connections. We're going to analyze Yozo Oba, the protagonist in No Longer Human. Unable to reveal his true identity to others, Yozo feels disconnected from the rest of society, eventually adopting a jokester persona in front of those around him, and quickly developing a fear that plagues his thoughts and actions. We argue that the failure of a character to integrate into society causes a positive feedback loop in which a character falls deeper and deeper into despair, ultimately leading to the development of a de-individualized and alienated protagonist. First, we will talk about de-individualization, or the process of losing a sense of socialized individual identity, or the alienation of self. Many factors can distance the individual from the community, including upbringing. Raised in a communal setting, Yozo is more susceptible to de-individualization, in this case due to an inconsistent father figure. Yozo's behavior is consistent with this quote, in which he adjusts himself to others, abandons any form of uniqueness, and avoids expressing his own needs. This effect is first revealed when Yozo's father asks him what he would like as a present before going on a trip to Tokyo. Yozo cannot immediately form an answer, as he becomes caught up in his thoughts. He eventually admits his indecisiveness in this case, as he says, "Whenever I was asked what I wanted, my first impulse was to answer nothing. I was torn by unspeakable fear. In other words, I hadn't the strength even to choose between two alternatives." Yozo becomes consumed in thinking about the consequences of every answer. This anxiety robs him of the opportunity to voice his own opinion. To redeem himself, Yozo only asks for a gift, but to please his father. This works as he is met with joy and thus approval. This encourages Yozo to suppress his feelings, as his father encourages it through positive reinforcement as he is rewarded for prioritizing others' happiness over his own. Earlier in the book, we learned that Yozo's father is traveling a lot as a part of his job, and this absence makes these interactions between them more significant. Through this, we learn that Yozo's loss of individuality is rooted in his need to conform to others due to the insecurity fostered in his childhood.
Donald Winnicott, a British psychoanalyst, came up with the idea of the false self to describe a coping mechanism for trauma and early childhood experiences, particularly regarding not experiencing maternal love. The concept of not good enough mothering is where the mother consciously or unconsciously fails to respond adequately to the infant's needs and behavior. Environmental failure in a child's upbringing causes individuals to develop a facade to protect their true selves from the demands and expectations of others. In Yozo's case, he does that through clowning. Yozo, having experienced not good enough mothering, sought maternal love and validation from other female friendships, but still adopted a fake persona and succumbed to an emotional void, even in relationships where he should have searched for genuine connection, such as with his wife. His poor upbringing, as a result, formed a greater split between his true and false self, pretending to be happy and sociable when he's not, hence the sad clown.
This sad clown persona is reflected in Yozo's inner dialogue, particularly when he refers to others as human beings. This distinction serves to completely isolate himself from them, not only in his language, but also in his mind. Yozo cannot comprehend himself as part of a whole, as he only sees himself as an individual against society, rather than an individual who is a part of society. This idea that Yozo is alone in his existence causes him to obsess over fitting in, resulting in his invention of a protective mask through clowning or humor. But the version of himself Yozo shows off is really what he thinks others expect of him, as this last quest for love elicits positive responses, which is the only way Yozo feels a sense of belonging and encourages his clowning to fuel his desire for connection.
However, the shallowness of this validation comes at a cost to Yozo's true self, as he uses the private, bashful aspect of shame to draw attention to himself by acting humorously. To others, Yozo's behavior is shameful because anyone else would keep their inferior aspects hidden, which allows others to laugh at him. The distinction that others are laughing at Yozo rather than with him is what keeps Yozo lonely, despite gaining validation from their laughter. Yozo's over-identification with this clowning persona puts forth a version of himself he wishes he could truly be, which is once again a projection of Yozo's inner desire for connection, leaving him empty inside. Thus, Yozo's clowning and unwillingness to reveal his true self acts as a self-isolating barricade that prevents him from truly connecting with others. If he made less of an effort to conform to what others expected of him, and more of an effort to bring understanding between him and the other, he would be able to form real relationships that are not built upon false displays of humor.
Despite the complex themes of the anti-heroism genre, it is hard to overlook the recurring theme of the character finding their outlook on life. In anti-hero stories, the outlook of their life is crucial to the progression of the story, and it often shows how negative external factors influence their perspective. In No Longer Human, we identified that Yozo indulges in a nihilistic perspective, which is the belief that all values are baseless and that nothing can be known or communicated. Yozo in particular identifies with Emile Florence's Not Man, which is a form of nihilism in which the underdeveloped individual is on the same level as plants or animals, or in other words, he's no longer human. This form of nihilism is first shown in his childhood, where he would be put on the dark ends of the table as the youngest child, and he often dreaded mealtime. He questioned, why must human beings eat 3 meals every single day? What extraordinary solemn faces they all make as they eat. They seem to be some kind of ritual. It is suggested through Yozo's lack of comprehension for human functionality that he embodies Emile Florence's Not Man. Yozo's nihilism causes him to go through a deep cycle of disparity. He dwells on this disparity when he is first placed into the mental hospital, and he realized that even after being released, he will still be labeled as a madman or a reject. Disqualified as a human being, Aya now sees utterly to be a human being. The asylum serves as a representation for an internal trap in Yozo, as it is a constant reminder that he is not a human in society. Indulging in a nihilistic perspective shapes the anti-hero's worldview psychologically, causing them to go through a deep cycle of disparity.
When dealing with such conflicts of isolation, some may try to address them using an escapist coping mechanism which diverts their mind from the challenging aspects of their lives. But such methods worsen the conflict by leaving it unaddressed. This results in a positive feedback loop in which, as the conflict escalates, the person becomes more dependent on their escapist coping mechanism, thus sending them down a downward spiral. An example of this loop is Yozo's substance abuse. He uses alcohol to cope with his fear of human beings and feelings of isolation. However, he becomes more isolated due to his alcoholism and even faces physical symptoms from it. He then transitions to morphine, a more potent drug to deal with these physical symptoms. But he gets addicted to it, showing how his substance abuse only exacerbates his conflict, as not only is he more isolated, he progressively becomes a drug addict. The next example consists of someone who broke free from the downward spiral. In the movie Coraline, an alternate reality called the Otherworld serves as an escapist utopia for the protagonist, as it serves her things such as attentive parents and delicious food. However, after entering the Otherworld, Coraline becomes more lonely when she comes back to reality because she loses her actual parents. Instead of going back to the Otherworld to cope, Coraline confronts the creator of the Otherworld, who stole her parents, by directly rejecting the existence of the Otherworld, aka her escape, stating that she seeks purpose in pursuing her desires by herself. So, to escape the downward spiral, one must reject escape and confront the source of the problem directly, which requires one to be grounded in reality and have a determined nature like Coraline. Of course, like Yozo, one's background or circumstances can make it difficult to have such characteristics.
The basis of a morally great character is built upon the never-ending cycle of loneliness. Yozo Oba from No Longer Human is a prime example of this developmental pattern, as the reader follows his spiral into despair. He fails to communicate his struggles and puts forth a persona he thinks will only make him likable, but developing an almost disgusting and cynical view of others, as opposed to the typical view of a hero. This sheds light on the hidden suffering of the individual. The trap Yozo falls into can be further examined to give the audience a look into a world where they can avoid the never-ending spiral into despair, consequently bringing individuals out of it. By flipping Yozo's story, we can see that the key to creating a more connected society may lie within their upbringing, the feedback loop created by individuals' response to their traumas, and others' reactions to that response. Recognizing that these problems exist is the first step to ensuring a better world where the quality of one's mental health makes life worth living. So the next time you're out and about, make sure to keep out for the sad clowns in your life. And who knows, maybe you'll leave their lives greater than you found it. Thank you.
All right, excellent job. And now we do have some time for questions. So now just keep in mind as we ask questions, these questions, and these questions can be content-based. That is, hey, I'm more interested in like this particular thing from the book or the movie that you were studying, or those questions can be process-based. So something you're curious about, just how they went about this project more generally. So with that in mind, does anybody have a question for our panelists here? Start up front here.
So for the first group, I had a question about forbidden knowledge. How do you think that idea could translate to today's society?
Thank you for your question. That's a really good question to think about, like the modern applications of it. That's why we kind of wanted to compare it in the beginning to Prometheus, which was like one of the first instances of forbidden knowledge being used. And we also wanted to do it in like a modern media perspective, which is in Oppenheimer. So I think in today's media, the thing about forbidden knowledge, a lot of it is themes of censorship, which is what we explored in the three-body problem. So I think in today's media, definitely censorship, there's still banned books all over the world, and especially in our country, in Texas. And so I think the whole thing about banned books and censorship in social media about many modern issues, I think that translates to, because we kind of wanted to explore the idea of forbidden knowledge and rebellion against the government. And forbidden knowledge is kind of the knowledge that like allows the person to have like an opinion against the government, which is something in our world that we can see, especially in social media and banned books. I think it's a very like a very prevalent topic in today's world.
Great question, excellent answer, certainly very timely. Any other questions that we have for our panelists? You want to run it for any this room?
For the second group, what inspired you to pick this topic?
So when we first read the book, we believed that like the character was like a clear definition of an anti-hero because there is no good ending for him. He has like anti-hero qualities such as avoiding his conflicts, and he has many relationships that he's broken throughout his life. So given his characteristics, we found that it would be pretty entertaining to analyze him.
Very nice. Thank you for the question. Excellent response. Do you have another question for our panelists?
For three-body problem, so when it comes to Ye, like basically because of like her trauma with like how the government treated her and what happened to her father, she like ultimately chooses to eradicate humanity. And so my question is, in the book, does she have like a conflict whether she has like moral authority to make this big decision for her or humanity?
So the scene that we analyzed, and also one of the main scenes of the book when she has to come to terms with this decision, is when she presses the button, which is when she makes a decision on whether or not like it's a yes or no, whether she eradicates humanity or not. And we zoomed in on the fact that she did not hesitate at all to make the decision. So when she pressed the button, the exact quote was actually that, with no hesitation, she pressed the button. So that kind of shows how all the events in her past have culminated to that moment, to the fact that she didn't have a moment of, should I do this, is this good, is this bad? No, she knew from in that moment that she wanted to do it no matter what, which is what kind of took her away from the hero and more into the villain, merging into the anti-hero. Thank you for your question.
Impressive direct citation of the text in front of you. Just gives you a sense, for those of you that will be doing this, just how well you get to know the texts you end up studying when you do this. We have time for another question. I see some hands up here.
This is for the second group. When speaking of Yozo, when I think of anti-hero or hero villain, I think of someone that does something like a larger scale. Yay in the first book, she was like deciding like kind of like the fate of the Earth. When I think of Yozo, his anti-hero or hero villain personality or problem or conflict seems to like very much be rooted to more him, only him. I was thinking, what is the extent of an anti-hero? How much does someone need to do to be considered an anti-hero, hero, villain? What do you think?
As we stated, thank you for your question. As we stated in our conclusion, Yozo's character might seem small, but he's kind of somebody that resides in all of us. We kind of all fall victim to the way that he behaves, which is de-individualization and kind of alienating yourself. So, if your question was like, to what extent is an anti-hero visible, or like, how much of an impact you're having in the world, I think on a smaller scale, it impacts all of us individually.
Great, thank you so much. And let's get one final question for our panelists here. One final question. I saw a hand up here earlier. No? Oh, done. Thank you.
The second book, this one, is Yozo a bad guy? Or does he just do bad things?
Is he like a villain? Or does he just do bad things?
That's a really good question, actually. So the definition of an anti-hero that we look to is not really good or bad, so villain or hero. It's more like the qualities that we see in an anti-hero. So Yozo, considering how isolated he is from society, he like faces problems that like are like way worse, like in terms of loneliness and like you know. So I feel like he is an anti-hero because of the problems that he faces.
Well, I think the problems that he faces, the things that he does are not necessarily pure evil because of his circumstances, his trauma. They are, although they're not a justification for everything that he does throughout the book, they are an explanation. So I think that kind of blurs the lines between his actions being pure evil and good. Thank you.
All right, and that is time for us. So one last round of applause. And before I dismiss you, I just want to thank all of you for those excellent questions and really engaging with our presenters today. So with that said, if you want to exit, via that exit there, and hope you enjoy it. Have a great day.
I swear to God.
I think we gave them the PowerPoint presentation. Wait, just share the. Wait, Danny, you should share the camera with the Symposium.
Where are you guys going?
There we go, okay. Testing, testing.
Okay. Everybody who's presenting, come up to the stage.
And I was like,
For the day? Oh, not for the day. Oh, no. So when you guys think it'd be 5? I thought it was really good actually. I just turned this up as soon as I know, Anyway, so it doesn't so I'm thinking about what I'm going for.
Any of this stuff. No junk. Yeah, that's very cool. That's very see you later. Yeah, the gift card for my kids. Yeah, they're not eating any of this stuff. No Takis, no burritos, no nothing. And then I know, but then I'm gonna find like crackers and stuff like underneath their bed because they're hiding. I know, because I'm gonna be like, no, so yeah, crazy. I get it. I know, that's very clean. Where's the spice? Where's the seasoning? No, but you know what I like? Where's the
Huh? Oh, it's in the classroom right down the hallway. Yep.
You gotta tell her. I even know. You gotta tell her like seasoning.
Like then you're a lot of like dragging
My husband
and you're like finishing.
although they would probably eat it tonight if they're eating definitely no tacos. They'll be grounded for a month if I find no tacos.
Yeah,
no tacos, definitely. No soda. What happened?
Sorry.
If I ever come in, I feel so bad for these kids if I ever come in. Don't be strict. Like when I was like I wish that because I would eat You imagine like all my students
I already got Zoom. No, actually, I don't think it's similar. All right.
Okay, listen up. We are getting started. I had to reset the screen here just because the mic's not dead. The mics appear to be working right now, but they are giving us some issues. So just bear with us for a second, and we'll try and get the screen back up and running. While we're doing that, I want to introduce both our panel hosts and say a few words as we get started in the morning here. This is our 10th annual Humanities Symposium. We are really happy to be here and doing this for 10 years. Last band, I thanked the people who are working on this symposium kind of directly. I also wanted to acknowledge Professor Claire Carroll and Bobby Cagudo, both of whom work at the college and kind of oversee the whole program, and they really helped us get this going. So please give them a round of applause. And I think the screen should be turning on, hopefully, in a second. Another really special thing about this panel today. So last year, for the first time, we started having more than one high school present at the symposium. The goal of an academic symposium is to bring people together from multiple places and hear their ideas about common topics. So last year we had one school, in addition to Townsend Harris, present. This year we have 3 schools in addition to Townsend Harris. And so this panel is the first one in which we're going to be having speakers from William Cullen Bryant High School. So this is a really great kind of moment for us. And just in time, the screen seems to be working. If the mic cuts out, I'm going to run back to Townsend Harris right now and get it back up. But if it does, they can still hear in the back, just project. And without further ado, please welcome our panel host, Professor Will Lackner.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Townsend Harris and all the guests. Without further ado, let's get to our panel. So this is the Anti-Heroes Existential Crisis. The first group is going to be presenting their presentation, which is entitled Unveiling Societal Perceptions, the Deconstruction of the Anti-Hero Label. Our presenters are going to be Malak Halsibo, Sean McNally, and Fatima Osman. Welcome them. Yeah. And right after that, we will move on to Aliyah THHS, The Point of No Return and Anti-Heroes by Townsend's own Danny Ng and Brandon Tandia. Please, everybody, as you're listening to the presentations, think about any questions that you might have, because we will definitely have a little bit of opportunity for questions at the end, so have them ready. All right? Without further ado, give it up. Woo!
Just hit escape and
Yep, there you go. Yeah, they should. Okay. Oh, the microphones themselves? Yes, they do. Sure. You got it.
Good morning and welcome all. My name is Sean McNally.
And I'm Malak Hasibo.
and this is Unveiling Societal Perceptions, the Anti-Hero Label.
So first off, what is the anti-hero? The term anti-hero encompasses many different definitions, such as a central character in a story, movie, or drama who lacks conventional heroic attributes.
Lacks traditional characteristics that are associated with a conventional hero.
A character who, though they might occasionally do the right thing, often does so for the wrong reasons.
With the many different definitions of the anti-hero label, this brings us into our thesis statement. The anti-hero label is an ambiguous category created by society to label misunderstood characters. They embody the struggle between individuality and societal conformity, highlighting the complexities of human nature and the challenges of navigating between personal freedom and social expectations. With this thesis in mind, we will be analyzing these three characters. First, Guy Montague from Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, Oscar Wilde from The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde by Jeanette Diaz, and Marisol from The Stranger by Albert Camus. Character connections. First, we start with Montague. He begins as a fireman in a dystopian society where books are banned and his job is to burn them. Initially, he fits the label of an enforcer of his societal norms. As the story progresses, he starts to question the society he serves and his roles within it, embarking on a journey of self-discovery and rebellion. We see this clearly in page 7 with his interaction with Clarice, his neighbor, where she asked him, "Are you happy?" she said. "Am I what?" he cried. "Of course I'm happy. What does she think? I'm not?" he asked the quiet room. Although he tells Clarice that he is happy, the seed of doubt has been planted into his mind, and he questions the philosophy of happiness and whether he is actually happy or not. Montague's journey throughout this book is filled with moral ambiguity. His decision to start reading books and his eventual rebellion against the state are illegal and dangerous, but they are also acts of personal and intellectual liberation.
Our second anti-hero is Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde can be considered as an anti-hero. He's a misfit, often ridiculed or misunderstood by society. His lack of conformity to societal norms, his struggles with identity, and his inability to live up to the expectations of masculinity imposed on him by his culture all contribute to his status as an anti-hero. Furthermore, Oscar's story is deeply intertwined with societal labeling. He's constantly judged and labeled by those around him, whether it's from his weight, his interests, or his perceived lack of masculinity. These labels shape his identity and contribute to his sense of alienation and self-doubt. The novel explores how societal expectations and prejudices can weigh heavily on individuals, leading them to struggle against the constraints imposed upon them. In Oscar's case, these societal labels play a significant role in shaping his anti-heroic journey.
Marisol's reaction throughout The Stranger highlights his existential perspective and detached emotions. He shows a striking lack of sadness over his mother's passing, being more preoccupied with the funeral's physical discomfort than with any sense of loss. He reacts indifferently to a promotion offer at work since he cannot see how there will be any significant differences between the two roles. Marisol's frequently watches people from his balcony for no apparent reason at all, only stoic detachment. He shows a concerning moral apathy by helping his neighbor, Raymond, write a deceptive letter to his mistress and then continuing to support him even though he sees Raymond abuse her. He doesn't seem to care that Solomano, his other neighbor, is abusing his dog. Instead, he observes it with indifferent fascination. Marisol is blind to Marie's declaration of love and marriage proposal. He agrees to marry her only to make her happy. but he has no conventions of his own. Marceau responds to killing a man, shooting him 5 times with no apparent motive, with an astonishing lack of regret or remorse, considering the crime a minor side effect of intense heat and bright sunshine rather than a moral offense. His unwavering rejection of God's existence, even in situations where it may have spared him from execution, emphasizes how deeply he believed that life was meaningless and ridiculous. When Marceau is given the death penalty, he accepts it with a serene resignation, finding comfort in the knowledge that life will eventually come to an end. The last sentence of the stranger reads, "For everything to be consummated, for me to feel less alone, I had only to wish that there would be a large crowd of spectators at the day of my execution, and that they will greet me with cries of hate." Given that Marceau lacks conventional heroic traits like empathy, moral conventions, and emotional depth, these reactions make him an anti-hero. He differs from traditional heroes because of his unwavering moral ambiguity, rejections to societal norms and standards, and emotional detachment. These traits reaffirm his existential philosophy. But what makes all of these characters anti-heroes?
Well, Montauk transforms from a complicit fireman burning books into a morally conflicted individual who rebels against societal norms in search of personal enlightenment.
Oscar's lack of conformity to societal norms, his struggles with identity, and his inability to live up to the expectation of masculinity imposed on him by his culture.
And Marceau is a man of stark existential acceptance of the absurdity of human existence, who navigates life with an indifferent and emotionally distant demeanor.
But does it make sense that all of these characters are labeled as anti-heroes? No!
So our first statement about labeling. Society often seeks to categorize people into clear-cut labels, such as good or bad, successful or unsuccessful. This is exactly what we are doing with the anti-hero label as well. The characters being categorized as anti-heroes are more complex than a binary label of anti-hero. We as readers need to appreciate their individuality, although trying to put these very unique and different characters into a box.
Dismantling the anti-hero label. Presenting characters who are neither wholly good or nor entirely evil, anti-heroes encourage audience to develop empathy and understanding for people who do not fit entirely or neatly into societal labels and boxes. Anti-heroes often mirror societal flaws and issues, highlighting how societal labeling can oversimplify and misrepresent individuals' true nature and struggles. Anti-heroes often critique societal norms and expectations. Their actions and motivations can question the established labels society has assigned to behaviors and roles, arguing and re-evaluating of what is deemed acceptable or standard.
In the beginning of civilization, labeling has always existed. From hunters and gatherers to tribes and cultures, society has progressed to where labeling has expanded to race, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, and other fluid and more inclusive categories. However, it is with these same labels that also perpetuate stereotypes and limit personal growth. To dismantle these labels and foster a more individualized understanding, it is essential to recognize the unique experiences and eccentric worth of each person, moving beyond superficial categorizations to appreciate the complexities of individual identities.
With all of that in mind, even Taylor Swift agrees that people are more than just mere labels, and that being an anti-hero only means that people and characters are constantly redefined just to break societal normalities.
This concludes the end of our presentation. Thank you. We would like to shout out Ms. Singer and Ms. Papas Diaz for all their hard work. Thank you. And this is our website.
point of no return in anti-heroes. Here we'll be relating the point of no return as a key concept to the creation of an anti-hero, as well as using this concept to explain why we can relate and understand these anti-heroes so well. And I'm Danny.
And I'm Brian.
So first, as we're relating the point of no return to the concept of anti-heroes, I think it's important to define what we mean by the point of no return. The point of no return describes an often tragic moment in one's life in which a person makes a certain decision that will alter their fate permanently, often for the worse. Here, we use the word alla THHS, where the die is cast, from Julius Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon, to describe the point of no return. And the thesis texts that we decided to analyze when relating to the point of no return are The Stranger by Albert Camus and Notes from the Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. For a brief synopsis of both, The Stranger is about a French Algerian man, Mirsal, who's normal save for the fact that he cannot feel anything in life. Even when faced with his mother's death, someone's love, and is killing of an Arab man in the summer heat, he goes through it completely indifferent.
And Notes from the Underground is about an anonymous, bitter, and misanthropic narrator who lives alone in St. Petersburg, Russia. The novel consists of the notes that the man writes, a confused and often contradictory set of memoirs or confessions describing and explaining his alienation from modern society.
And this is our thesis. The point of no return serves as a defining feature of an anti-hero, highlighting the complexities of human action and challenging simplistic notions of good and evil.
So we'll be going through what a realistic protagonist is, who do we root for, and freedom and morality. So starting off with what is a realistic protagonist? When analyzing any type of protagonist, we often think of what makes them relatable or worth rooting for. In cartoons, we see the stereotypical heroes who always manage to save the day by defeating the villain. We, the audience, are drawn to them because the heroes serve as role models to us, while the villains encompass all of what we hope them to become. So then what happens when a character isn't exactly a hero, but isn't a villain either? These questions arise when a character faces a line that we, the audience, judge to be irredeemable from. Our perception of them changes when we question the morality of their actions in order to see them as a hero or a villain. So then we look to this spectrum of morality where heroes and villains would lie on either extreme, but these characters reside in the gray zone. So it is important to recognize why our perception of these characters matters when looking at the complexity of alla THHS. So first we must look at Mirsal from The Stranger. Mirsal's biggest flaw comes from his tendency to go with the flow and simply letting things take their course. When Mirsal first gets acquainted with Raymond, he listens to his story for the sake of receiving a free meal, but befriends him unexpectedly. While the action of becoming a friend is harmless, Mirsal acknowledges his unawareness of the social situation and states, yes, I didn't mind being his pal when he seemed settled. He demonstrates an indifference to the results of the social interaction as he simply acknowledges this new bond due to seeing no immediate danger. While we may believe that Mirsal's indifference is not a relatable characteristic, it can be seen with the common expression of going with the flow. So looking at the expression, we see that it is frequently used to describe a way of life where a person must develop a lack of care that often comes from the mundane motions of life. The idea that everyday repeats and lacks adventure leads to an understanding that what makes Mirsal a social outcast in the eyes of the audience is also what makes Mirsal such a relatable protagonist. So a realistic protagonist is someone whose actions lie within this middle ground of our morality spectrum and reflect the majority of the true human experience, which is clouded in this grayness as well. So moving on, we must think, who do we root for if these characters don't seem to lie on either extreme of the spectrum? Unlike typical heroes who are pushed into unbelievable circumstances, the underground man faces everyday dilemmas and frustrations that make his journey more authentic. His flawed personality pushes him to enter uncomfortable situations that resonate with us more than the perfect scenarios that end in a hero being praised. We are naturally drawn away from socially awkward interactions due to the fear of being embarrassed. So naturally, when the underground man chooses hostility towards Zherkov at his farewell party of close friends, where he is not one of them, we feel a sense of uneasiness. The underground man demonstrates some social awareness as he holds back from calling Zherkov a liar for saying that he had made a woman fall for him. But we see that he lacks the control to hold back again when Zherkov mentions a friend of his who is a prince. So when he calls him out, he is met with a minute of silence, the worst response that we all dread in any social situation. So then why do we continue to feel a need to root for this character, who brings us secondhand embarrassment? Well, it's because the underground man chooses to vocalize his true thoughts and opinions, whereas we might not. In most real-life situations, people withhold their inner thoughts if they are not welcome, but many wish to express their true impressions without care for repercussions. As much as secondhand embarrassment pushes the audience away from the character, we recognize that he mimics the worst parts of the human mind from a social lens, but the truest in the eyes of oneself. While we might think that we should root for him because he is the protagonist, we realize that we root for him because we hope that being true to ourselves will ultimately prevail. We root for these characters because we unconsciously use them as vessels to imagine how our lives would be if our actions weren't bound by social norms. But that brings us to the question of why do we feel the need to do so? Is it because we lack something?
Moving on to the section, freedom and morality. So I propose a question to all of you. Are we, as human beings, truly free? Many of us will respond with a definitive yes. Many famous philosophers certainly thought so, such as Immanuel Kant, who formulated the positive conception of freedom is a capacity for choice, and that it is necessary for moral agency. This is important because the key theme in Albert Camus' The Stranger is absurdism, which can be summarized in a salient question. If life has no meaning, why do we continue to live it? The main character of the novel, Mearsault, is a character who refuses to play the game, so to speak. He disobeys almost all social norms and traditions and goes through life understanding neither love nor malignance. A key description of Mearsault's philosophy and thinking is identified in Victor Zommer's journal article, Camus and a Novel of the Absurd, which he states, Mearsault feels his loneliness but does not even attempt to find a meaning for his life. He accepts conditions as they are and shows not the faintest desire to change them. He knows himself overwhelmed by his own fate, but he does nothing to liberate himself. He lives neither in the past nor in the future, and consequently his very present is nothing but an eternal void. Nothing has no meaning, and there be no aim. When he is confronted by a prison chaplain facing his imminent execution as a result of having shot an Arab man, the chaplain attempts to convert him to Christianity in order for him to lessen his punishment. However, Mearsault accosts him in a rage. Mearsault sees something that no other characters see in the book. Like all people, he was born in the world, will eventually die in time, and his life will have ultimately been meaningless and fading into obscurity. Opening his heart to the benign indifference of the universe and accepting his death as an inevitable fact, he looks forward to his execution and bringing everything to an end. Mearsault is, without a doubt, at this moment, more free than anyone else. Therefore, Camus is suggesting that true morality cannot be imposed from the outside. Through Mearsault, all attempts at teaching him the morality of society fails. Why do the small little things, like crying at a funeral and drinking non-black coffee at the funeral, tell whenever a person is good or bad? Instead, Camus is arguing that true morality must arise from the individual itself. Mearsault's decision to reject societal expectations and embrace his own freedom is ultimately a moral choice, even if it's not understood by those around him. Thus, Mearsault represents all of our hidden thoughts of rebellion. Through the critical points of his life and his crossing of the point of no return in killing an Arab man, Mearsault is what any of us could be when we lose that final line of inhibition that holds us back. We as humans have badly struggled with similar impulsive thoughts of our own. Though we certainly shouldn't get into the thoughts to the point where we kill someone, are we truly free when denying them and consenting to the moral standards of society? Similarly, in Notes of the Underground, the unnamed narrator, also just simply known as the Underground Man, struggles with freedom and morality in a society he perceives as overly oppressive and hypocritical. Acting as if nothing in the world matters, his entire character is full of contradictions. Despite knowing that certain decisions are terrible for him, he continues to commit them, such as the decision to not get his liver treated, even though he has a liver problem, as well as his decision to chase his high school acquaintance, his Virachal, even though he knows that he will be eaten up. Logic is not something that applies to the Underground Man. In fact, in the novel, he wholeheartedly rejects the philosophy of rational egoism. At first glance, the philosophy makes the most sense, stating that the most logical course of action and the one that you should always take are the actions that will benefit you the most. After all, why would you commit to an action that will do yourself harm? However, if the idea of rational egoism were to always be valid, then your freedom would essentially boil down to perceiving the possibilities, estimating the possibilities, and perceptive benefits of each possibility, and automatically picking the best one that would result in the best option for you. This initially sounds like a good thing, and yet it is something that you would expect not from a human being, but from a modern AI program, with no freedom in its directions and no ability for choice. Therefore, the Underground Man accepts the falsehood that 2 times 2 equals 5, rejecting the cold logical truth that 2 times 2 makes 4, proposing that this is a cultural ability, the ability to choose the negative that makes humanity human, stating, merciful heavens, but what do I care for the law of nature and arithmetic when for some reason I dislike those laws and the fact that twice 2 makes 4. Thus, the underground man and thus Dostoevsky is arguing this, that bad choices, ergo constantly being able to cross the point of no return, are what make our freedom real. At some times, we can decide to choose the disadvantages and ignore the advantages of a decision. Essentially, if your freedom doesn't include this, a self-destruct button, then your freedom is just a bit of illusion.
And so coming back to the word that we defined at the start of this presentation, the point of no return, we can see that Mersal and the underground man can be seen in the context of the physical manifestations of our hidden thoughts. What they show is an all too familiar destructive capability within us all. So when we look at these anti-heroes within the context of the point of no return, we see that they are really just another part of human nature. Thank you.
All right, folks, great. Another round of applause for both groups. We just have a few minutes. Does anybody have any questions that they might have for either of the groups? Questions? Yeah, the center there. Oh yeah, you with the glasses. Go for it.
So for the first groups, basically, with the discussion of how labeling really goes against heroes and how they go against societal expectations of life. Wouldn't it be labeling anti-heroes as such a ironic message? Can you repeat that question? The last part? Basically, wouldn't labeling anti-heroes as anti-heroes be ironic?
So basically our thesis talks about how labeling anti-heroes does not make sense because the label is basically put upon people with very different struggles, with very different views of life, as shown by the 3 different characters from 3 different books. So our thesis basically explains that this label is just basically plastered upon anybody that goes against societal norms. And of course, these societal norms differ from one society to the other. For example, the genre of every different book is very different from the other. For example, dystopian or Algerian in the 1950s, and basically the Dominican culture. It's very different, very different societal expectations of different people, and we're basically just proving that this label is just plastered upon anybody that does not follow these labels.
Great.
Thank you for that question.
Somebody have a question maybe for the second group? Yeah, great.
I have a question. So my question is, would you say that until Mersal reaches the point of no return, he is in stasis? Is he truly gray compared to like the other anti-heroes that you might mention?
Didn't even think.
I mean, yeah, I would definitely say that before he shoots that Arab man, like he hasn't done anything you would consider typically like villainous or on the black end of the moral scale. We're comparing black and white, like chromatic scale. Like the most, like what you can say that the most bad that he's ever done would be the ignoring like ignoring his neighbor's actions in abusing his wife, in which is definitely a bad thing. But to say that he would be a villain because of that, it would be, I'd say, too far. So I would definitely say that before his shooting of Arab gun, that he definitely could be considered in stasis.
All right, great. I think that's all the time we have for questions because we have to dismiss you now. But once again, round of applause for our two existential crises. Thank you very much. Moving on to band 5, I believe. Great. Thanks, everybody.
Sophia, wait!
key that's point of no return that these like anti-heroes are crossing. And so we want to focus directly on that. So we want to
Is Josh Urasamu here by any chance? All right, the band 5 presenters, when you're ready, you can come up to the table and take a seat. You can bring it up here. You can leave it in there, and you can grab waters. There's waters for you.
You're adapted, bro.
Good job. Good handling the question. Yeah. I've seen it happen. So good job doing so well. Patrick, go grab Dave with the rest of the group. Yeah, they left.
Wait. Oh, today's my birthday.
Well,
You like that? You like my moderation?
unfortunately, I only start a little bit of it because I haven't read
If you're wondering, she's also doing well.
right?
Oh.
Where other sources session is down there, but they're over now.
Would I feel like a valid? I'm sitting in the car with the rest for an hour.
It might have got bumped because someone tapped it.
Wait, is that a doorbell? It's from the car.
So she,
What do you do? Then what do I No, he's looking straight at you.
why do you all of your love? Yeah.
You know what's he said you're using your FRC judge voice, and then Vivian and Patrick like you're using your sing voice.
Have a nice summer.
He's like slowly inching.
Go back.
What's that? She's like, you guys aren't going to have who am I to ruin? I'm not freaking going if you guys aren't going. Your brother is going to Canada to see you like I have 18 hours, my longer it's not that late. Dude. I don't care. I don't know what he's doing. What can I do to what? Yeah, I know what you're doing. Okay. You guys, yeah, okay, so this is our last race. Is that not a good thing? You're never gonna do this. You don't feel like whatever. I hate it more than I like it. Now I'm going now by Thursday specific for you. And you're like, it's so fun. The only reason I'm compelled to go is to see your whole thing goes down. No, I don't even care about that. So rock. That's the vibe.
hear about it. It's your turn. I already saw it. Yeah, if it's $80, why not? Where are you getting this money from? The same money I was going to go into my tuition. Okay guys, so this is I need to go and my
Presenters, you can sit up here. Make sure you get a water bottle from over here. We're going to start at around 10:55. Got about 10 minutes. All right, when you take a seat, just make sure you go all the way to the end of the row. Okay. All right, we are about ready to start. So if I can have everyone's attention. We're in band 5 now. I'm going to introduce our panel host. And please, just as you're listening to these presentations, think about questions. We'll have a Q&A session at the end. So we are ready now. The host of Band 5's panel is Professor Will Lacker. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Hi everybody, hello Band 5. Cool, so let's get to it. The theme of this band is idols, influence, and anti-heroes. We're going to have 2 groups. I'll introduce the first group now. We have Tolupe Agusu, Javier Khan, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Adam Saya. And their presentation is entitled The Perfect Idol, A Loss of Identity Story. So, take it away.
Hello, my name is Adam Saya.
I'm Tolupe Agusu.
I'm Eduardo Rodriguez.
And I'm Javier Khan.
And we are presenting The Perfect Idol, A Loss of Identity Story. Our presentation centers around the novel Confessions of a Mask by Japanese author Yukio Mishima. The story takes place in 1940s Japan, where Ko-Chen, a developing adolescent, struggles to navigate through a complex and established culture. In the midst of the challenges, he comes across the image of Saint Sebastian, a figure praised for his exemplary morals and courage. This saint acts as a refuge from societal norms, allowing Ko-Chen to express himself free from expectations. This comfort molds into an idolization of the saint, as Ko-Chen dreams of adopting all of the saint's qualities, good and bad, through his vivid, strange fantasies. Ko-Chen is subsequently outcast from his culture as he suppresses his identity and rises to the status of an antihero. So what is an antihero? An antihero stands between the hero and the villain, lost between their true good and their perceived idea of good. Although they do strive to achieve the saintly status of a hero, they repeatedly fall due to this disconnect, facing personal dilemmas along the way. By continuing to act as a hero, anti-heroes cope with their internal turmoil while having a reason to remain hopeful for their future. Before we get started, we have a quick video to show.
I want to be a teacher when I grow up.
Elementary teacher. I like little kids.
A babysitter.
A pastor.
Dolphin trainer.
A dentist without each buds. A haircutter.
A person who helps in charities.
I'm a cashier at Walmart.
An author. Chapter books about mythical creatures and animals and things.
I want to be a lawyer.
Lawyer.
Pilot. Pilot. And a dad. A pilot racer dad.
Scientist.
Paleontologist. Mindful dinosaur bones and studies them.
YouTuber. Movie star.
Wait, I'm getting word that we have a surprise guest who wants to share their dream job. I want to be a saint. Interesting and very apt. Nice eyes, by the way. They do say it's the window to the soul. Okay, back to the presentation. Our argument.
Ko-Chen idolizes Saint Sebastian. He's an idol for him as he tries his best to embody him as he grows. Ko-Chan's internal desire differs from his external desire differs from his internal desire. On the outside, he wants to appear as and become a heterosexual man. However, he is unable to achieve this because of what his heart truly desires. Ko-Chen begins to idolize Saint Sebastian to seek refuge from his insecurities. However, he is modeled more and more into an anti-hero through each endeavor he takes to embody Saint Sebastian. His attempts at becoming an anti-hero reveals the danger that comes with trying so hard to conform to an acceptable society. Ko-Chen blocks the development of his identity by preventing himself from exploring and engaging with his sexuality. Psyche states that the journey to finding out who you are constantly overlaps with the journey of discovering your sexuality. For Ko-Chen, he is trying to find out who he is all while denying his sexuality, which is why he struggles. Instead of allowing his identity and sexuality to overlap, he tries his best to keep them separate.
In this journey, in this process, he is alone, and as there is a war going on around him and is rapidly progressing. And all throughout this, he is indulging in gruesome dreams and fantasies. These dreams are modeled on Sebastian's martyrdom.
Throughout Confessions of a Mass, Ko-chan struggles fitting into Japanese culture because his identity deviates from the norm. But what exactly are these standards that he is trying to fit into? Well, let's list his physical and emotional qualities. For one, we know he's a child living in 1940s Japan, and it's important to consider the setting he's in because that kind of determines, or does determine, what the normality is. Second, we know he's a patient with anemia being a deficiency of blood, so Ko-chan is of smaller stature and is physically weaker than peers of his age. And lastly, he's a homosexual male attempting to hide his identity, and this is the most defining quality of his identity because it's the source of his internal conflicts and social challenges. Now, let's list defining qualities of Japan. First, we know there's strict conformity to traditional values. When it comes to the importance of honor, conformity, and duty, Japan reigns supreme. And due to his homosexual thoughts, it's challenging for Ko-chan to develop as a person and align himself to the heterosexual norm. His thoughts primarily affect his conformity, only slightly affecting his honor and duty, which brings us to the next quality, wartime nationalism and militarism. When Ko-chan attempts to join the military, his physicality prevents him from doing so, which further hinders him from fulfilling his honor and duty. Finally, an emphasis on the traditional family structure means that Ko-chan, as a male, is expected to find a woman to love and start a family, but because he is unable to love a woman due to his homosexual thoughts, he cannot do this, therefore he cannot fulfill the traditional family structure. Like many of us, Ko-chan wants to fit in. When he cannot fit into Japanese culture, he searches for acceptance elsewhere, and he finds, or at least he thinks he finds, this acceptance in European culture. And along his journey, he finds a picture of Saint Sebastian. Thus begins his efforts to align himself to the European norm. He soon finds that his path is obstructed by the influence of the picture of Saint Sebastian. We've spoken so much about Saint Sebastian in these past couple of minutes, so what does he look like, you may ask? He's the patron saint of a holy death, a martyr defending against religious persecution, and a symbol of the LGBTQ+ movement and purity. Saint Sebastian embodies what Ko-chan isn't, but he resembles Ko-chan more than Ko-chan does the European norm. Therefore, while Ko-chan aligns or tries to align to the European standards, his true identity inclines him to want to align more to Saint Sebastian.
Ko-chan's homosexuality was the spark that led to the fascination that became apparent when he viewed the picture of Saint Sebastian, masturbating himself to the image while admiring the ideal male physique. Through this admiration, Ko-chan creates a psychological weakness repressing his homosexual tendencies, which mirror his perceived psychological inferiorities, furthered by his desire to die heroically as a martyr as Saint Sebastian did, except for Japan, which was denied when he was not drafted. These oppressed thoughts, not being expressed, became distorted into something devilish, as with Saint Sebastian, when his goal was to help Christianity, but ended up being shot with multiple arrows tied to a tree. While Saint Sebastian and Ko-chan have remarkable similarities in qualities and goals, Ko-chan's fascination led to an idealistic view of himself and the world. The self-perceived bubble by Ko-chan led to a continued isolation. Despite Ko-chan's attempts to fit into society, he was still viewed as an imposter by others. This forms as a 2D effect, where Ko-chan continues to emulate as much as he can from his tutor Saint Sebastian, including his life and death, including dying a glorious death for a cause and becoming a martyr and inspiration to others with no other guidance in his life due to his isolation. He believed he was destined for something greater due to his efforts to become the epitome of Saint Sebastian. But it is important to also view the opposite effect and consequence of embracing their hidden side. In Shakespeare's King Lear, one of his daughters, Cordelia, stated, "Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond, no more, no less." Here we see a complete lack of societal confirmation. Remember, this was the time of monarchism where familial ties tended to determine your future. Here, Cordelia, instead of saying what people wanted to hear, she speaks her mind and was disinherited for it. the equivalent of being canceled today. This shows the repercussions of non-conforming society and the world of potential future ostracization Coach Chen could have faced if he did not choose to become the anti-hero.
To Coach Chen, Saint Sebastian is a perfect idol, representing the balance between idealism and suppression. The particular figure of a saint is hardly rivaled in terms of morality or heroism, yet Coach Chen manages to extract these qualities from a negative, antagonistic perspective. As a result, the more he attempts to climb his righteousness ladder, the farther he falls, ultimately following the saint made him more of an anti-hero. If the idolization of a saint can evolve into a problematic venture, then what does it say about the idolization of celebrities, careers, or other modern equivalents? Do we need an idol or role model to do great things or simply be good? On that note, thank you for joining us.
Great, another round of applause for that. All right, next up, we've got Quinlan Burke, Sangeeta Chakraborty, Simran Dianaring, Kayla Pear, and Manisha Starter. Their presentation is entitled, Does Your Man Love You or the Idea of You? Exploring Feminine Influences on Male Anti-Heroes.
All right, good morning, everyone. So our presentation today is exploring feminine influences in male anti-heroes. Now, we're going to be doing this presentation a little bit differently. We're going to be doing this in a game show format. Before we start, like any good game show, we need to establish some ground rules, which in this case is our thesis and supporting text. So our thesis text today is Fight Club with supporting text The Great Gatsby and The Reluctant Fundamentalist. Now, we're going to be going into in-depth about each of the important plot points later on, but what you need to remember right now is that to start, all three texts revolve around male antiheroes who are all in some way rejected by society, and crucially, all three develop desires for female love interests as a result of this. So, our thesis today is, through our analysis of Fight Club, The Reluctant Fundamentalist, and The Great Gatsby, we seek to examine the way in which women reflect the male protagonist's ideals. And we determine that it is only when these male protagonists develop a nuanced understanding of their female counterparts that they are successful in achieving their desired ideals, whereas purely surface-level relationships result in failure. And with that, it brings us to America's least favorite game show. Does your man love you or the idea of you? Alrighty, I'm your host today, Quinlan Burke.
I'm Manisha, his co-host.
And let's meet our contestants for today. From the 1920s, East Egg, New York, it's Daisy Buchanan. Daisy, would you like to say anything about yourself?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Amazing, great to hear. And from the 2000s, residing in Lower Manhattan, please welcome Princeton graduate Erica. Erica, do you have anything to say to us this morning?
Hi.
That's so great to hear. And finally, from the 1980s in New York City, it's Marla Singer. Marla, how are you doing this morning?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me today. Why did you cut Erica?
Well, your authors didn't really give you a chance to speak, so, why should I? All right, let's start with our first contestant. It's Daisy Buchanan.
So let's see how this applies to our three thesis text, starting with The Great Gatsby. Here, we meet Jay Gatsby, a self-made millionaire who lives in the West End neighborhood full of young and up-and-coming mainland residents. He throws lavish house parties to flaunt his ostentatious wealth and is regarded as the most successful West End resident. But Gatsby has a dream. He longs to be worthy enough to live in the East End neighborhood defined by old money aristocracy. Though, in order to accomplish this dream, his wealth would not be enough. He needs a wife, and that's where I come in. I'm Daisy Buchanan, married to Tom Buchanan, but as the novel progresses, I begin an intimate affair with Gatsby. As you can see, he describes me like a gleaming like silk above the hot struggles of the poor. This clues us into the fact that I am the embodiment of his dream. I am the embodiment of his dream. He needs me in order to accomplish what he wants, to be wealthy enough to live in the elite class of American society. He's destined for me.
Alrighty, so that brings us to our first question today. Daisy, does he love you or just the idea of you?
Of course he loves me, 100%.
Alright, and let's see what we have. Oh, I'm so sorry. Keisha?
So at some point, Daisy did truly love him. Gatsby never loved her for her. Daisy was just a personification for Gatsby's materialistic American dream. The kind that looked upon the regal outer beauty. As researcher Bill Gunn puts in her article, she is less a person than an idealized object that will complete and validate his crafted identity. His complete devotion, utter obsession to Daisy was nothing but a mere need to feel fulfilled in a society that favored the rich. This leads to Daisy's abandonment of Gatsby and his journey ends with his death, representing the ultimate failure of his American.
Ooh, tough way to end there. Well, let's see if there's any better luck for our next contestant. It's Erica.
So, let's take a look at how this applies to our next text, The Reluctant Fundamentalist. In The Reluctant Fundamentalist, our main character, Changes, is a Pakistani immigrant who moves to America to study at Princeton University on a full scholarship. Now, just like Gatsby, Changes has a dream. At his core, he essentially desires the American dream, or to succeed and become accepted in this new American society. Again, similar to Gatsby, Changes embodies this dream in the form of a woman, which then directly translates into his desire for me, Erica, a fellow Princetonian graduate who Changes meets on a trip, or to him, the perfect American woman. If we take a look at this slide, we can clearly see the similarities between Changes' first impression of America versus his first impression of me, specifically how our beauty is compared. If we take a look at this quote, we can see that he states when he first arrives in America, he initially notices the beautiful campus of Princeton. When he first sees me, on an idyllic beach getaway, no less, he takes time to note specific physical features of mine, such as my stunningly regal figure, or how the hair piles on my head, or something even as simple as small as my navel. His immediate idealization of my physical body is representative of the initial attraction of the American dream, or what draws immigrants into this country in the first place. These first few encounters are very telling of what our entire relationship will be like, specifically the superficiality of it, and it directly tells us that I am simply a manifestation of his desire to fit into this newfound American elite. And well, if you're still not yet convinced, it's in the name. I've always said you can't quite spell America without Erica. Boom, case in point.
Wow, right there in the name. So, Erica, the question on the board is the same. Does he love you or just the idea of you?
I think he has to be in love with me.
And let's see what the answer is. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Not quite.
The love Changes felt for Erica could be described as infatuation because he is enchanted with her beauty and the perfect idea of her, not who she is as an individual. Hamid reveals that Changes felt threatened by Chris, her late ex-boyfriend, as he fears Chris's influence is something he cannot compete with. He is still in love with the perfect woman he met on the beach, and he sees Chris as an obstacle preventing him from gaining what he truly desires, Erica. Hence, Changes was there for a good time, not a long time. Therefore, the novel ends with him losing Erica as she disappears forever, and subsequently losing his American identity as he moves back to Pakistan and participates in anti-American demonstrations.
Oof, rough way to go with you two. All right, well, let's see if there's any luck with our last contestant. It's Marla Singer.
In Fight Club, the member's audience is known as the unnamed narrator. On the surface, it was a typical white-collar office job and lives in a seemingly middle-class apartment. He appears to be living a socially acceptable lifestyle and is almost recognized as a model American citizen. However, he feels isolated and useless in an increasing consumer society, which is why, just like Jay Gatsby and Cengiz, he has a dream. He dreams of being able to break free from societal expectations and to feel more masculine in a consumer-driven society. Now meet me, Marla. The narrator's first impression of me is one of genuine observation and not over-exaggerated beauty. He mentions my chapped lips frosted with dead skin. He even mentions my short, matte black hair and describes me as being skim milk thin, almost in a sexual manner. Consider even the setting at which he met me, a testicular cancer support group, the opposite of an idyllic background to his love interest. Now let's compare this to Shanka's description of Erica. Notice how he viewed her as this suddenly regal and shimmering figure on an expensive vacation trip, no less. Shanka's idealized Erica, whereas the narrator viewed me in an unsettling yet realistic way.
All right, the last question of the day. Does he love you or just the idea of you?
I don't think he loves me.
Well, fortunately for you, you are incorrect. He does love you.
The narrator and Marla continue to see each other work through their struggles, and the narrator gets involved in the fight club. They are able to rely on each other. Both Marla and the narrator show the same feelings toward one another, with Marla saying, "I like you too," and the narrator expressing that if there were a phone in heaven, I would call Marla. What they shared kept them grounded, and they continue to share the same sentiment even at the end of the novel. The narrator's journey flourished as a result of this relationship, and it is seen how he was able to defeat the anti-hero by killing Tyler and successfully forming a promising relationship with Marla.
Alrighty, so what have we learned today? Well, throughout each of our study texts, we've determined that the female characters in these novels are not only a manifestation of the idealized dream that their male counterparts hope to achieve, but they also hold a direct influence on the protagonist's journey to success. In The Great Gatsby, we saw how Gatsby's artificial love for Daisy was simply a projection of his desire to become accepted in the American upper class, which ended not only with Daisy's rejection of Gatsby, but his untimely death and the loss of his anti-heroic dream. And in Reluctant Fundamentalists, we see how Chen's lust for Erica was once again simply a version of his desire to be seen as an equal in American society, ultimately causing Erica to disappear from society completely as Chengiz leaves America. But finally, in Fight Club, Marla is still a representation of the dream the narrator holds, yet a genuine attachment still forms as a result of him viewing Marla of who she is and not the idealized version of her. As Robinson points out in her research article, Fight Club and the Limits of Anti-Consumerist Critique, quote, that it proves that gender itself cannot be authenticated. In the end, Marla and the narrator get their happy ending, and they lose neither the dream nor each other. So ladies, as promposal season comes up, make sure your man loves you and not just the idea for you. Don't be a poster girl. And that brings us to the end of our presentation today. Our grand prize winner is, of course, Marla Singer, the only one who can see a man, the only one who a man can see for himself. And your prize today is, drum roll please, it's an acknowledgement of patrons of the Queen Center Ball. Congratulations! Thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our contestants. Thank you to our audience. Thank you to Mr. Dunbar. Thank you to Mr. Roger. Thank you to all of you here today. And come back next time, but there is no next time. We're canceled. Goodbye.
Show music playing on loop. Dante's Inferno. All right, we have a couple opportunities for questions. A few minutes. Does anybody have a question for either of the groups? Think about any of the process, any of the stereotypes, the anti-hero tropes that were being played with. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. That's a great one. So we're thinking in the modern times with social media and other forms of media that people see pictures of these people that they strive to become, or they see qualities of them. For instance, if they donate something or if they look a certain way. So we're thinking about how that can detract from one's identity and sort of put them on a path towards being a person that they don't want to become. And I feel like we all kind of felt this in some way, especially as you get older and grow up and start thinking of careers and learning activities and stuff. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, cool. Anybody have a question maybe for the second group? Yeah, please.
So when we were thinking, the game show thing came out actually pretty late in the process. We were trying to think about, what's a good way to present this kind of, format. How do we, present these ideals and this idea that, the male, it's only when the male anti-hero really sees the woman for herself that they truly can have a relationship. And what we kind of realized is that, it kind of, love, especially in high school, we have all this, drama, proposals, stuff on Instagram every day. It's like, oh, who broke up, who's in dating now? It's almost like a game. It feels a little bit like a game. So, and you can argue whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we felt that that was something that we should kind of point out. And we thought this would just be a fun way to kind of, really boil down our main points and kind of put it in a very, as clear as possible way to understand, because it's something that we all go through as high schoolers, and it's something that we all, have experience with.
We definitely have a couple more minutes if anybody has any questions for either groups. Is it working too?
Are you sure? We have a microphone.
You get to amplify your voice? Yeah, great.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I didn't quite catch that.
You got the microphone.
How can your prompts of male validation or like the man wanting a woman kind of like a dream, how can that be related to a high schooler's life? That is
Well, I think that when you look at, when you think, well, this is a pretty large scale version. These are adults looking towards, way into the future and who have really ambitious and really clear life goals. I mean, I know as high schoolers, a lot of us don't really have those kind of life goals yet. We're still trying to figure out, who we are in the world. We're trying to figure out, what really we want our dreams to be. But sometimes our dream is just to be popular. Our dream is to be kind of, in the news, to be have a chance of being prom king, prom queen, have a chance of, finding love and, sharing on Instagram. So I think that while this is definitely a more extreme example and not something that we would necessarily have as high schoolers, I think that we as high schoolers have experienced a boiled down version of this. I feel like a lot of people have had this, or there is this idea that, as high schoolers you want to be, known, you want to put your face out there, and I think that love is definitely a way that a lot of people are trying to do that. So that's how we kind of try to connect it.
Any last questions? I think that's about time, so we might as well dismiss it. Once again, a round of applause for our two. Great job, y'all. Yeah, so band 5 is dismissed. You're all free to go. Do band 6. Enjoy the rest of your action. Right.
Hello, hello. I think this is testing, testing. I think I could use this. Hello?
Now, you make noise as a retired. Oh my God, you have no idea.
If you ever need someone, you know I have the mountain of No, we gave that up. I don't know how that happened. I don't even remember.
Testing to kind of get closer to it. Got it. Close. Whereas this one, you can. Got it. You should be able to do it. interesting?
quiet down and give us your undivided attention. Welcome to the 10th Annual Humanities Symposium. Our topic this year is anti-heroes. If you haven't been able to access the program, it should both be in your email. I emailed it to all of you this morning, and you can access it with this QR code or right there, or there, or there, or there, or there. It's everywhere. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce the host of the Band 6 panel, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, welcome everybody. It's great to have you all here as we get to view what is the culminating work of two of our great groups here. And as you watch those that are underclassmen, you get to kind of get a little bit of a preview of what you could have happening for you next year. Just a few notes before we get started is first, if you could just do your best to think of some questions while the presenters are going today, that would be great because we will have a few minutes at the end for some Q&A. Otherwise, just relax, enjoy the presentation. And today's panel that we have for you during Band 6 is entitled Exploitation and Anti-Heroes. And our first group that we'll be presenting for you now is Jacqueline Lowenhaupt, Sarah Lukashevich, and Kayla Shanahan. And their presentation is entitled Oompa Loompa Doobity Doo, Colonialism is My Gift for You. So welcome them to the stage.
I've got a perfect puzzle for you.
What a song and what a story. Who doesn't smile when we think of Willy Wonka and his magical chocolate factory? Well, let's take a look at the story in our presentation, Oompa Loompa Doobity Doo, Colonialism is My Gift for You. Let's take a look at our heroes. Our first hero, of course, is Willy Wonka from the book Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, who is the owner of this magical factory mentioned in the book's title. In addition to analyzing Willy Wonka, we will also be taking a look at another novel, Heart of Darkness, where our protagonist Marlowe proves his heroism by venturing through Africa and into the Congo, recounting the brutal colonialism he witnessed. Don't just take our word for it, just look at all the amazing things they've done. When presented with pitiful individuals, they each demonstrate such generosity. Wonka traveled all the way to Loompa Land, where he witnessed the tragedy of the starving Oompa Loompas. Without hesitation, he offers them cacao beans, their greatest craving. Similarly, Marlowe encounters dying natives, and despite being a colonialist himself, he sacrifices his own sustenance to offer them a biscuit. Aren't these characters so heroic? Actually, they aren't. We as readers are being fooled by the authors into believing that these characters are heroes, when in reality, they aren't heroes. They're anti-heroes, and here's why. These novels are constructed in ways that make readers sympathize with Wonka and Marlowe and overlook their underlying colonial mindsets and actions. This sympathy exists to squash the author's own guilt regarding their colonial desires, which stems from their own explorations of Africa, but risk creating readers who are compliant with unethical standards in their own life. Let's take a look at our table of contents, where we'll be discussing Wonka and Marlowe as colonial anti-heroes, why we excuse our anti-heroes, the author's inspiration behind their anti-heroes and colonial ideology, and lastly, the effect this literature has on us.
Firstly, let's get into Wonka and Marlowe as colonial anti-heroes. Here, Wonka proudly says that he smuggled the Oompa Loompas over in large packing cases and that they were now wonderful workers at his factory. Wonka clearly objectifies the Oompa Loompas, reducing them to mere objects he can smuggle, transport, mistreat, and exploit for labor all at his own will. This is eerily similar to how colonialists kidnap people from other countries to exploit for their own benefit. As for Marlowe, he often degrades the people of Congo, such as in this example where he says he was cut off from the comprehension of our surroundings, secretly appalled as sane men would be before an outbreak in a madhouse. Here, Marlowe clearly sees himself as the same person amidst this chaos and madhouse, what he views Congo to be. This is similar to how colonialists judged Africa and its inhabitants, viewing them as uncivilized and inferior.
Now, knowing their true character, let's look back at those quotes we used to heroize them. Though Wonka gives the Oompa Loompas cocoa beans, it's not a gift. He manipulated the Oompa Loompas into thinking that he's generous while trapping them into endless labor, saying, "Come and live in my factory." As for Marlowe, he appears to be gracious by pitying a native, unlike any other colonialist in the novel. However, while acknowledging that they're not enemies, they're not criminals, he still thinks that they're disgusting. He finds them as nothing but black shadows of disease and starvation, and he's really no different than any other colonialist. Ultimately, what they're showing is not generosity, but rather it's the white man's burden, which can be defined as the idea that it's the duty of European countries to spread civilization, religion, and industry to the inhabitants of their colonies throughout the non-Western world, which they thought were less developed.
Various researchers, such as Eplett and Rahman, have pointed out how Wonka and Marlowe both exhibit the white man's burden. Europeans often use this idea of saving the non-Western world to justify exploiting them for their own benefit. However, take Eplett's research, for example, where he analyzes Wonka saving the Oompa Loompas is a justification for him smuggling them over to his factory and making them do labor there forever because they can never escape his factory. Additionally, Rahman's academic paper highlights how Marlowe believes spreading European civilization is actually saving the natives from their dark and uncivilized impulses, again, justifying his colonialism and presence in Congo.
So we know that Wonka and Marlowe are colonialists, hold immoral viewpoints, and act unethically. So why haven't we noticed this? Dahl uses humor and fantasy to glaze over the moral implications of his writing, juxtaposing wacky creature names such as hornswogglers, snozzwangers, and wangdoodles with Oompa Loompas makes them seem kind of mundane. Sure, they're wacky, but that's merely the status quo in this book. So when Wonka does evil things, it's kind of normalized into the absurdity of this world. For instance, Wonka tests on his Oompa Loompas and they come out as blueberries. The imagery is silly, which makes us as readers overlook the fact that he admits to treating them inhumanely by experimenting on them. Conrad uses a method we call the sandwich method. By placing a negative statement between two positive statements, it makes us accept that negative easier. In an instance in which Marlowe speaks of a native on his crew, he compares him to a dog, doing tricks on his hind legs. This is obviously demeaning and instilling a sense of superiority between the two with this animalistic comparison. But it doesn't come off so blatantly because he prefaces this by saying that this native was an improved specimen, saying he's better than the rest, and finalizing it with saying that he's a really fine chap. And interestingly enough, this is not just in the world of Oompa Loompas. Psychological studies also realize this method in the workplace, called the feedback sandwich. Researchers Henley and others note that this reduces discomfort and anxiety for both the recipient and the deliverer. Deceiver, not.
As we hone into the author's methods of forgiveness, it raises the question as to why they would craft these characters and novels so meticulously. Ironically enough, it's because the famed authors are colonialists themselves. As you could say. Our beloved authors went on colonial journeys themselves. They attempt to make characters much like themselves to relieve the guilt that they feel from their actions, but are unable to hide their colonialist mindset in the process. In Dahl's autobiography, Going Solo, he recounts his journey as captain to Tanzania. He often mentions his close relationship with the natives, but this seems eerily similar to Wonka and his Oompa Loompas. He said that he, along with the rest of his crew, each had a personal boy, when in reality, this boy was a full-grown native man who was a jack-of-all-trades servant. In return, the colonialists would look after the boys and their family. Referring to these fully grown men who play such a vital life in the colonialists' everyday lives squash all that they truly do for the colonialists, not showing any respect or appreciation. This is very similar to how Wonka exploits the Oompa Loompas for labor in exchange for taking care of them in his factory where they have all the cocoa beans they desire. Like Dahl, Conrad also went on a trip to Africa. Conrad records his experience through diaries. In an excerpt from Conrad's diary, Conrad encounters a dying native like Marlowe. As you recall, Marlowe sees natives as black shadows of disease. Similarly, Conrad is disgusted by a native that was shot, saying, "horrid smell." This shows that Conrad shows absolutely no empathy.
Honestly, if you thought all of this was bad, it was so much worse in the original version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, written in 1964. Here, Dahl literally says that the Oompa Loompas are people of a specific ethnic group from Congo, which even more obviously reflects colonialist ideals because this group of people had not only been objectified and exploited in story, but also in real life. Due to backlash from the public, he revised his descriptions, and so the Oompa Loompas were depicted with orange hair, or orange skin and green hair, and later rosy white skin and golden brown hair. This timeline displays how his blatant colonialism was orange washed and then whitewashed to make these colonialist ideas less noticeable to the public. However, the ideas are still prevalent in Dahl's original novel, the one we have been analyzing in this presentation. It goes to show how Dahl's opinions never truly changed. He just lightly revised his descriptions to make them more comical and absurd, and then more pretty, in order for the public to like him.
Due to these revisions, as well as the author's techniques for forgiveness, we often sympathize with these characters. The problem with this is that we're not only sympathizing with these characters, we're causing colonial ideas to be perpetuated in society. It all starts with the author engaging in colonial behavior. For Dahl and Conrad, they literally went on a colonial journey. However, the modern-day translation may be manipulation, a wait-saver complex, etc. And in order to heal our poor little author's guilt, they create sympathetic characters that emulate themselves. And our readers fall right into their hands and begin to like these characters and excuse them for their colonial behavior. However, as a consequence, they may accept and acquire this mindset in their own lives. Of course, making the authors feel better about themselves and continuing to engage in such colonial behavior. As the cycle continues, these ideas will become perpetuated in society.
Now that we've established this cycle, why exactly does it matter? And why should you, as a member of the audience, care? Well, that's a valid question that we have the answer to. Firstly, the reason why readers may accept the ideas of the literature that they read into their own lives is because media influences our mindset. A researcher, Moreland, found that the content we consume gains credibility in our mindset, and potentially even becomes facts to ourselves. And this can influence our mindsets and perspectives on different ideas, especially as teenagers. Tying this to today's world, we are currently in an era where we value equality and continue to fight discrimination of all types. However, the immoral ideals perpetuated by many novels, whether it be a children's book like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or a novel on the college level such as Heart of Darkness, reverses years of hard work people have put in to move toward equality and call out prejudice.
Now, will you call out prejudice, or will you remain compliant?
Next time you listen to the Oompa Loompa song, remember the story isn't as innocent as it may seem.
Oompa Loompa doobity doo. Thank you for listening. We will miss you.
Thank you so much for that first presentation. Now, our next presentation by Joel Gopal, Laura Jensurski, Iris Lee, and Mandy Zhang. This is Unraveling a Web of Lies and Identities, Exploring the Complexities of Intersectionality through Juniper Hayward in Yellow Face.
Hi, so today we are discussing the intersectionalities between characters throughout literature and how that is able to define anti-heroism. Here's our thesis text, Yellowface, written by R.F. Kuang, is a psychological fiction satire novel that consists of consequences both socially and internally of the protagonist, June Hayward, who steals her peer's Athena Liu's unfinished manuscript after her death. June's character is emphasized through how her identity and intersectionalities play a role in her actions and decisions throughout the novel. Before we dive deeper, to define what intersectionality is the overlapping of social identities that can be related to systems of discrimination and oppression, according to the scholar Kimberly Williams Kensher. R.F. Kuang incorporated parts of June's identities such as her gender and race. It shows that intersectionality when being compared to minorities, while also defying set gender roles and biases found within the literature. Along with this, the pressure to conform to these social normalities is highlighted throughout other literature. Within multitudes of identities, the intersectionality of any character within literature and the differences of race, gender, and societal standards causes them to want to fulfill the desire of social norms. The desire is shown through the usage of June's intersectionality, which creates a hierarchy and complex outline of what defines a character as an anti-hero. We believe June's intersectionality blurs the line between a villain and a hero as her actions and numerous identities conflict with the constructions and societal roles. This emphasizes how June's character serves as an embodiment of intersectionality that leads to the complex understanding of identity and critiques the defining and female characters in literature as entirely heroic or entirely villainous.
Contrasts and gender roles are evident across literature, influencing how characters are written, perceived by audiences, and compared to others, especially anti-heroes. In this section, we will compare the role of gender in the development of June Hayward's character to that of Tom Ripley. Tom Ripley, from the novel The Talented Mr. Ripley, is a man who murders his acquaintance in order to take on his identity. Although he faces emotional turmoil at the end of the novel, his actions are never revealed to the public, and therefore he is never punished for his crimes. Tom expected police to come knocking at his door, but no one ever did. Unlike Tom, women across various works of literature are severely punished for their transgressions. Take Eve from the Bible and Paradise Lost, for example. She is blamed for the fall of humanity after being manipulated into eating the forbidden fruit. This blame ties to the notion, highly accentuated in the Renaissance, that women are bound to their biology and rule in the patriarchy, vilified for seeking power, as Maria Bogutska emphasizes in the middle quote. During the Renaissance, literature depicted women as either persons of virtue or corruption. However, in Paradise Lost, Eve's character challenges this notion by demonstrating complexity in her actions, highly radical for the Renaissance that portrayed women as housewives. Yet her notoriously persistent attribution to exile from paradise only highlights that women will be punished, but not men. Such links to condemn the women is seen in Yellowface, where June also steals the identity of her acquaintance. However, she doesn't only get caught, but also stalked, cyberbullied, and manipulated. Yet this isn't the only narrative structure that reinforces gender disparities. Gender bias is evident in the titles of the text. Despite Tom's fraud, murder, and other such crimes, he is considered a talented man because he can exceed the rigid confines of identity, reinforcing the idea that he is not and should not be held accountable for his actions. However, unlike June, Yellowface, as depicted in the title, completely represents her character and symbolizes a piece of her identity that she cannot separate from. This adds to the fact that readers might only view these characters as who they are described as in the titles, in pre-established narrative structures and in societal norms. But this in itself calls into question whether the differences between the characterization of an antihero is justified, or whether it is a likely result of gender bias, as in the case of June, where her gender plays a direct role in how other characters latch onto her wrongdoings. Villains are defined by their wrongdoings. Villainesses often lacked sympathetic backgrounds, but when provided, these blur the lines of their perceived cruelty. For example, in Euripides' Medea, Medea's complex emotions and sacrifices for Jason, who ultimately betray her, challenge the initial perception of her as purely monstrous. Similarly, June is betrayed by Athena, the late acquaintance, who exploits her sexual assault story. This is not to say that her actions are entirely justified. However, it validates her emotions, complicating her classification as a black or white hero or villain, therefore making her an anti-hero.
When exploring the complexities of June's character in Yellowface, it is important to discuss the intersection between gender identity and sexuality. Throughout time, the materialization of gender norms have outlined restrictions on what is determined as masculine and feminine. Language has often been used to make these distinctions and is seen in many cultural conceptualizations of women as commodities. The concept of language shaping gender can be tied to Judith Butler's theory of performativity, in which Butler argues that gender is not something inherent, but is rather a product of repeated actions constructed by social norms that eventually form into a meaningful form of national identity. While June's identity as a woman places her as marginalized in terms of gender, her being both straight and white places her as privileged in terms of sexuality and race. Her perceived lack of self-privilege leads her to take advantage of marginalized identities that she views as profitable. Here we see June's visions of a romanticized scene between her and Athena. It's important to note here Athena's identity as a queer woman. June's perception of Athena as an object of desirability becomes the basis for her actions in commodifying Athena's identity for personal gain, and similarly, later on went to seek her career. To further build on the idea of June's privilege, we analyzed and connected Philippides to other literatures that display the struggles of sexual identity, namely Patricia Highsmith's Talented Mr. Ripley. Marge is Tom's romantic rival for Dickie. When Dickie reveals to Tom about Marge's suspicions of Tom's sexuality due to Tom and Dickie's growing relationship, his sexuality becomes a point of vulnerability for his character and his relationship with Tom. According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, sissy refers to an effeminate man or boy. In other words, it describes a man or boy as having characteristics and behaving in ways traditionally associated with women. And these words serve as a reminder of Tom's perceived lack of masculinity and his sexuality when he becomes scrutinized. Tom's conflict about his identity becomes a determination to escape it. As a result, Tom feels a need to compensate for his lack of masculinity in other ways. For one, Tom's murder of Vicky and then taking his identity is symbolic and a visual representation of Tom becoming more masculine and displaying his sexuality. Thus, we see how gender norms can become disruptive and to non-conforming identities in society, and this further highlights June's privilege as she's able to profit off of them. And then going back to Yellowface, June shows a difference in attitude when she is the one being criticized. Her actions and words are hypocritical, criticizing others yet also being a target of criticism. But how does gender and race intertwine? While the acknowledgement of June's gender plays a major role in developing sympathy from shared experiences between June and audience members, June in her own story complicates her role as protagonist through her identity as not only a woman, but more specifically a white woman, highlighting the fact that one can be marginalized in one aspect but hold immense privilege in another. When June decides to adopt the racially ambiguous publishing name and visually manipulates her photos, her divergent morality as an anti-hero is emphasized when considering the context of race passing. Noting historical colonialism, the engravement of European beauty standards in society encourages methods such as skin bleaching and plastic surgery to people of color as ways to conform, all while diminishing cultural heritage for societal acceptance. In the case of Merle Oberon, an actress in the early 1900s, we see the idea of racial suppression in a historical sense. Oberon identified as Tasmanian Australian for her entire career, but was revealed to be Anglo-Indian after her death. As some scholars point out, Oberon's secret identity was driven by the rampant hostile environment in which she had lived. Her career would have been severely damaged if her ethnic background was ever revealed. With June, we see a modern-day shift in which women become racially ambiguous as a means for monetary profit. There's perceived market-defining diversity as a commodity, leading many individuals to portray themselves as another race for profit. The contrast between the two reasonings implies a sense of privilege. For women of color, historically, suppressing ethnic identity was a means of survival, a way to bypass racial persecution. However, now, being a woman of color is deemed desirable for the reason of exoticization, which June inherently promotes when she assumes a racially ambiguous identity for her monetary gain and fame. June's actions, in correlation with other aspects of her identity, make it difficult for all readers to support her character, especially when the event being sympathized towards in relation to her gender is being used as justification for another problematic act regarding race. This new layer of her identity by her actions complicates her role as protagonist, highlighting her flaws and making her a morally ambiguous character. Not only does June create a caricature of what she thinks an Asian American woman is like, June, after stealing Athena's manuscript, claims ownership of the writing, convincing herself that the stealing was justified through spiritual means. June's declaration of ownership further highlights the issue of the stolen voices of women of color in which she plays an active role in erasing their contributions entirely. In examining the layers of identity, it becomes apparent that the combination of various identities contributes heavily to the actions of the characters they belong to. While some may be marginalized in one area, they may also be privileged in others, leading to a complex mesh of general motivations. With June in particular, her background being both white and a woman heavily influences her perception of various identities and how readers interpret her as either a hero or a villain. The combination of the two identities creates a new role for June as a morally ambiguous female character. So, in conclusion, by analyzing the novel Yellowface and other pieces of literature, there is a definite influence of intersectionality on categorizing characters as villains or heroes. Having multiple identities is what gives the individual a potential for anti-heroism. June's multiple identities have the justification to represent how she cannot be categorized strictly as villain or hero. There is validity found within her actions as the reader understands her viewpoint to act viciously, creating the potential for anti-heroism. Furthermore, the intersectionalities of her gender, race, and desire to fit in leave her between a hero and a villain. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to both of our presenting groups, and they did leave us a few minutes for questions, which is great. I'm going to give one of these microphones to you, panelists. I'm going to walk around with this one, and I want to find some questions for our panelists. You can ask a question of either group, and just as you're thinking about questions, know you can do content-based questions, process-based questions. So with that in mind, anyone have a question for our panelists? All right, Mr. Morello, and I'll come back.
Hi. I'm never going to look or read Drawing Chocolate Factory the same way again. The Haunting Oklahoma song for her playmate. I want to know, question for this group, really nice job, by the way. Do you think, controversial question, do you think that any positive effects of Western colonialism exist? Educational, economic, social, political, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that, well, we usually, in our presentation, in our research, we mostly research the effects, the negative effects, because we were focusing on the Oompa Loompas. However, there are different aspects of that you can see in Willy Wonka that can be interpreted as positive. For example, though we didn't go into this, Wonka does give his factory to Charlie, and that can also be viewed as kind of like a colonial gift in a way too. Yeah, like.
So yeah, as we have talked about, as we just mentioned, Wonka does give his factory over to Charlie, and that can be viewed as a gift of Wonka's colonialism. However, it is very important to note that this is all nuanced, because the reason why Charlie received the factory was because he was the one who obeyed Wonka the most. He was the one that listened to all of his instructions and didn't touch the inventions and candy that he wasn't supposed to. And so while you can interpret certain ideas in positive ways, there are also, like, I think all of the positive and negative ideas are nuanced in Willy Wonka's, as things with colonialism usually are, depending on whose perspective you're looking at it from.
Great question.
And thank you for your question.
And excellent answer. Next question.
Hi, I have a question for the other group. What was your process when exploring the intersectionality of identities within your text?
Well, I guess the process was a little interesting because I think we first delved into our thesis text, Yellowface, just because the idea of deception and lies really drew us in. But I think while reading it, we really got into the idea of intersectionality because June as a character is so complex that reading the book really is an emotional roller coaster where for some moments you sympathize with her, but other moments you really question why she does the things she does. So I really think that kind of just June's whole character arc and how she's portrayed in the book really just drew our attention to the different aspects of her identity regarding race, gender, sexuality, and things like that.
Thank you. And we have time for another question if anyone else has one. Any other questions for either group, content, or process? I'm going to have to pass the microphone down to you if that's okay. Can you just pass this all the way down? Just raise your hand.
I read the book Yellowface and I really enjoyed it. And I remember when I first read it, it got me thinking about the broader scope of the publishing industry because I think I remember in the book, she was kind of encouraged by like her editors and like people around her to like change her name. Like I don't I remember it might not have been like her original idea, like people were like suggesting it for her and like to do all these things to make her identity seem more racially ambiguous. Do you think like as a whole the publishing industry should work more to like amplify voices of like diverse authors even if they think it might not sell as well? Like, do you think, I think they thought that by publishing her book under her different name, it would like make more money and sell better. Do you think like publishers should focus on telling stories from a diverse group of authors regardless of the financial outcome?
Thank you for your question. That's a really good question that really requires us to think. I think just on the topic of the publishing industry and how the book itself was marketed and how even the industry even pushed June into adopting the new Juniper song, I think a big part of that is like the idea of marketable commodities and specifically using diversity as a thing to sell. And we go much deeper into this in our paper, but unfortunately we weren't able to cover as much in our presentation. But a big idea in our paper was that a lot of things that we deem as diverse or things that make people think is representation is only deemed sellable or marketable when it is repackaged into something else that is deemed like palatable to the Western market. So to almost answer your question, I feel that almost the industry should only push towards selling the real stories of authors if it's in a genuine sense, because in a lot of the stories we see now, a lot of it is really just for monetary gain, even if the story itself is not authentic at all and it comes from a place of deception and lies.
All right, thank you so much for those thoughtful questions. Excellent job, panelists, and your responses. And let's just give one more round of applause. And with that, our time for this panel is concluded. So thank you so much for coming, and you are now dismissed. Please exit. What? I don't know which is yours. It's the green one, 11 or 16.
They did their job. You were really happy. left. That's the foot, that's the right foot.
We also see this in calculation. Unstoppable reality.
You're like not okay.
Go all the way down. You never see.
Yes, King.
are ready to begin. So, welcome to the 10th Annual Humanities Symposium. I am going to introduce the panel host, but before I do, please make sure to listen carefully to presentations and think of a question. We've had very good question and answer sessions all day today. I think perhaps the best we've had in 10 years. So keep it up. Good questions. We want one question at least for each group that presents. So without further ado, our panel moderator, please welcome a warm welcome to Professor Lee Norton.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sweeney. Welcome, everyone. We have a full house today. For the sixth panel of today's proceedings, the rebellious anti-hero. I'm going to jump right in. Presenting first will be Malik Elzaluk, Vanessa Eziuzo, Camila Estevez, and Sandra Sandoval with Rebels in Romance, Women Who Defied Marital Norms. Please welcome them to the stage.
Here today to witness the joining of rebels and romance and discuss women who defied marital norms.
Do you, romance, take rebels as your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Do you, rebel, take romance as your lawfully wedded husband?
I do not.
This is because in the media we're overwhelmed by the variety of characters that exist. In most cases, the audience and experts can come to a conclusion on what type of dynamic each character represents. For example, Hercules is very clearly seen as a hero, whereas Deadpool is very much seen as an anti-hero due to his morals. However, the lines blur when we come to Mulan. To most people, she's a hero, but to her society, she could have been seen as an anti-hero. While Maleficent could be a villain, but in reality, she was just a woman who was mistreated and wanted to change. To better understand this gray area, let's define these terms. A hero can be seen as a person noted for courageous acts or nobility of character, or a person who, in the opinion of others, has special achievements, abilities, or personal qualities, and is regarded as a role model or ideal.
The definition of an anti-hero, however, can tend to differ based on personal morals and what society deems as wrong or unconventional. The overall definition is a person who is the opposite or reverse of a hero or essential character in a story, film, or drama who lacks conventional heroic attributes. However, once we focus specifically on anti-heroines, there is more of a blurred line between anti-hero and hero. Women that can be perceived as daring and powerful from a feminist standpoint are robbed of their true characteristics because of their ignorance to male superiority.
This brings us to the resources that we based our research on. Our thesis test revolves around Elizabeth in Pride and Prejudice, who, as seen in the title, must overcome her pride and prejudice in 18th century society to unravel her growing relationship with Darcy. Jane Austen uses the novel as a critique on the social expectation of women in marriage at the time. She's most similar to Jane Eyre because of their strong, opinionated, and willed personalities that refuse to submit to their social norm until they themselves are satisfied. Our film on Anna Karenina, another anti-hero, also goes as far as emphasizing the importance of the sexual needs of women and how they commonly go overlooked. Our other sources are both short stories that encapsulate the lack of authority of women in their own marriage and how it negatively affects them. From these sources, we solidify our thesis to state that persistent patriarchal impositions on women in marriage are responsible for women's anti-heroic nature. Now, what exactly are these patriarchal impositions and how do they relate to marriage? So our focus on marriage begins in 19th century England in a class-defined, male-dominated world. When it came to marriage, the upper-class citizens used marriage to align their families with those of equal standing to consolidate wealth and influence. For those in the middle and lower class, it was an opportunity to climb the social ladder and gain financial security. Because of this, marriage was not a decision primarily based on love, but a heavily calculated one, motivated by social class and wealth, while also being influenced by family and culture. In a way, marriage was a business transaction, primarily determined by families to better their circumstances, which resulted in the term marriage market. Women heavily relied on this transaction to secure financial stability and establish their social class,
because men held more power and status. Hence why a woman must be in want of a wealthy husband. Families often put pressure on their daughters to marry above their class, not only for their daughters' benefit, but to elevate their family status. Many families would purposely restrict their power to choose based on love and encourage them to fulfill their family duties. This mentality led to the normalcy of arranged marriage, which were very common throughout history and prevalent today.
Another major contributor to the damaged public images of women within literature is the condescending treatment from societal standards that create a divide between the genders. Not only do we find men continuing to belittle women and limit their possibilities, instilled misogyny in the minds of young women continues this pattern. In fact, we found that many personal experiences inspired the emotions depicted within our text. The literature pieces reflected day-to-day life, including the restricted skills assigned to women, such as cooking and caring for children, that limit their possibilities. In the same manner that real women were judged for confining themselves to these roles, the female characters that we studied received the same treatment. Now, as we defined before, anti-heroes make unconventional decisions leading to their characterization. But what exactly is unconventional? Double standards involving cheating scandals, mistreatment of spouses, and selfish thinking define these women as anti-heroes for betraying their God-given responsibilities to their partners. However, the same actions are justified for male heroes. We continue to see the choice words used to describe real women that were unwilling to limit themselves to certain specialties or put wealth and happiness over prosperity, only furthering the mistreatment of female characters in literature. Now that we have discussed the treatment that these women face, it's important to understand what factors catalyze these heroines to go against a traditional marriage. When women prioritize their needs over those of society, they are confronted with many contrasting ideals and societal pressures. These ideals range from varying perceptions of love, desire, and sexual needs to the sacrifices made in sticking to personal versus familial standards.
Now, one of the greatest challenges that these women must overcome is the internal conflict between pursuing love versus opportunity. During our time frame of focus, that is the early 1800s to the early 2000s, love was seen as something radical and unusual. It was very, very fragile and irrational for a woman to marry for love. Now, this is a phenomenon that we can see in both Pride and Prejudice as well as Jane Eyre. For instance, Elizabeth refuses to compromise her principles for convenience despite the allure of financial stability offered by marriage to Mr. Collins. Jane does the same exact thing when she resists marrying St. John's, her wealthy cousin. Despite her challenging upbringing, Jane insists on marrying for autonomy and marrying Mr. Rochester instead. Both of their refusals showcase their commitment to personal agency and their unwillingness to sacrifice their own happiness for societal expectations. Now, in Anna Karenina, the protagonist, Anna, had an affair. She made the conscious decision to pursue her sexual desires as she felt trapped in a loveless marriage. She faced a lot of ostracism and judgment from her peers who viewed her affair as a betrayal of her husband, her family, and the established order of society. What many fail to see, however, is that her actions stem from her unmet sexual desires and emotional neglect by her husband. And while yes, her affair was scandalous, it was also a desperate attempt for her to fulfill her needs in a patriarchal society where her desires and autonomy were suppressed. Now, looking at this, you might think that these heroines are destructive or selfish because they chose to sacrifice a lot in order to fulfill their personal needs. A few of you, however, might think that these women are courageous for testifying against these strict expectations. Now, this all depends on a funny little thing called perspective. Perspective, as we know it, is the way that we individually view someone or something. Now, from a standpoint of women's liberation, these women, they're great, they're heroic. Their actions can be considered as necessary for challenging these structures. However, from the perspective of society, these same women can be seen as anti-heroic. In societies where women were expected to be obedient and subservient, any deviation from these norms were seen as a threat to social stability. Ultimately, we come here to argue that the true anti-hero of these stories is the actual perspective that condemns these women without understanding their context or their motivations.
Our sources are from the framework of the 1800s to the 2000s, but so what? Why is it still an issue now? The most extreme and alarming issue this relates to is child marriage, which is defined as any formal marriage or informal union between a child under age 18 to an adult or another child. It is rooted in gender inequality and the low value of women as viewed in the cultures where these practices are common. This is a modern issue that could impact more than millions of girls in the next decade. The graph on the slide demonstrates the popularity of this practice. And unlike popular opinion, this is still a problem in the United States. The reason we want to unpack this persistent issue through these novels and the society's conservative view on marriage is to use this knowledge to then hopefully correct this issue in the future. Established ways that we shall continue to deconstruct this issue is to reform policies, support growth through academics, knowledge, and support networks, provide economic support to families who may be tempted to basically sell their daughters into marriage, and to find this first idea that a girl's transition to adulthood correlates with marriage and that they have no say in their futures. An idea that then limits the participation of women in society and continues this long-lasting cycle of the opposition of women, and specifically in our case, in matrimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay. Thank you for starting us off with that excellent presentation. We'll move right into our second presentation. So as this shift happens, again, be thinking of questions. These could be questions about process. How did you come up with this project and what was it like to pursue it? Questions about the text being discussed and the ideas being discussed. Or maybe, as we're seeing two panels, also ways in which you could ask a question that maybe connects the two panels and ask them to speak about each other's work a little bit as well. Presenting next, we have Daphne Cardoso, Nicholas Coe, Sarah Massoud, and Eileen Wang presenting Miguel de Cervantes Through the Looking Glass, the linked lives of Don Quixote and Cervantes. Please welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our presentation, Miguel de Cervantes Through the Looking Glass, the linked lives of Don Quixote and Cervantes. My name is Sarah Massoud, Daphne Cardoso,
Eileen Wang.
And I'm Don Quixote, or Nicholas.
To understand the idea of an anti-hero, let's begin with its definition. Our definition of an anti-hero is a character whose conventional heroic qualities and intentions fall short of a true hero's. These characters often exhibit morally gray character traits. With this definition in mind, what do you guys think of when you hear anti-hero?
You guys should raise your hand. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. And so some anti-heroes that come to mind or are identified are Taylor Swift, Severus Snape, and Aaron Yeager. And they are all morally gray figures that display qualities of a failed hero. Snape and Aaron being characters that resemble heroes but fall short in their actions. Beyond the morally gray character is a subgenre of anti-hero where the authors are reflected in the characters that they create. While researching, we are presented with Yozo and Okonkwo, whose fictional lives mirror the author's real lives. In No Longer Human, our anti-hero, Yozo, shown on the left, is mentally unstable and has a pattern of isolation and depression. This is a parallel to the life of the author, Dazai, who suffered from depression throughout writing the book and died from suicide a few years after the book was published. In Things Fall Apart, the actions of protagonist Okonkwo, who's on the right, reflect the author's pride in African pre-colonial culture and hatred for colonial takeover in Africa.
And then there's Don Quixote from the Spanish Renaissance romance novel Don Quixote de la Mancha by Miguel de Cervantes.
The novel features the chivalrous adventures of the anti-hero Don Quixote, and he obviously does not look like the conventional anti-hero or hero, given his appearance on the slide and basically what Nicholas is wearing. In fact, as his author even calls him, he's a madman, and his character is tied to a lot of satire, which we will be just exploring later on.
However, before we get into the literary aspects, here's a bit about the author, Miguel de Cervantes. Cervantes was a devout Christian who spent 5 years serving the Spanish military. On his journey from Italy to Spain in 1575, he was captured by barbarian pirates. After serving his 5 years of enslavement, Cervantes struggled financially and occasionally got in trouble for it. It is believed that he was inspired by some of his experience during his enslavement to write this novel, Don Quixote de la Mancha. Throughout the novel, it is apparent that his writing is a parody of chivalric romances, a reflection of the author's isolation, and a critique of Spanish imperialism. Cervantes uses a dualistic approach in the writing of his book and puts doubt into what is real versus fiction, a struggle that we see Quixote face consistently. However, regardless of any criticism of the book and the author himself, Cervantes is still an important figure in Spanish literature, and Don Quixote de la Mancha is considered to be one of the world's greatest literary pieces.
What we noticed as we researched Don Quixote was an immense scholarly discussion surrounding the satirical writing of the text. However, few have sought to explain the use of satire as a tool by Cervantes to depict himself as an anti-hero. We see that Cervantes' real life is mirrored in the adventures of Don Quixote, and we seek to uncover the significance of satire in creating an anti-hero. This brings us to our thesis. Beneath the disguise of satire, Cervantes writes Don Quixote as an outlet and allegory for himself, reflecting various points of his life as well as more conventional viewpoints he has. But this discovery raises the question of why a respectable man like Cervantes would depict himself as insane and a clownish character.
So, in a scholarly article by John Steiner, Steiner discusses that this novel is actually a parody of the Inquisition. And so you guys might be wondering, what exactly is this Inquisition that I'm talking about? So the Inquisition was a time period in the 1400s when King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought to unite Spain through Catholicism, which often happened through brutal means, including waterboarding. So how exactly do these events in Cervantes' novel compare to this horrific time in history? The scholarly article specifically highlights that the society saved a few books that they personally enjoyed, but draws a connection to the Inquisition, where the monarch only wanted one set of beliefs to be heavily enforced, and therefore completely disregarded other religions. Just as the monarchs attempted to limit individuality or religious freedoms back in the 1400s, when Don Quixote is bedridden in the novel, the Catholic Society seeks to limit Don Quixote's individuality through burning his books. Cervantes had to create this character Don Quixote to be his mask, as his opinions would not be well received in the Catholic society that he was living in, and so his character serves to be his own shield.
To understand how Cervantes creates the anti-hero or our protagonist Don Quixote, we will analyze Cervantes' deconstruction of heroes. In this slide, the quote, "Literature and real life are interpreted by romantic novelists as the imbalance between the individual and the world." This scholarly article by Emilio Martinez Mata focuses on Cervantes' writing style of using humor to expose the vices of the society at that time. Mata focuses on Cervantes' writing style as well, and he claims that despite creating a kind and determined character, he ensures that Quixote is not a hero. Cervantes' creation of such an idealistic character created the term quixotic to describe impracticality. Despite the absurdity of his desire to become a knight, Cervantes allows Don Quixote to pursue this journey, although he ensures that his delusions would not become true. For instance, in chapter 4, Quixote comes across a teenage boy being beaten by a farmer. As a dutiful knight, Quixote intercepts to help the boy. As he leaves the scene, thoroughly satisfied with the farmer's promise of forgiving the teenager with what had been a noble beginning of his knighthood, Cervantes brings an end to the delusion by informing the real ending to the readers. in which the farmer laughs at Quixote's poor efforts to help and beats the boy to death. This happens frequently throughout the novel. The author details the actions taken by Don Quixote in which he hopes to resolve an issue, and shows the aftermath of this action, which repeatedly ends opposite to Quixote's expectations. Despite such extreme passion in Quixote's heroic intentions, being an anti-hero lies in the results, because a hero in any way always wins, and Don Quixote never wins.
So perhaps the most famous scene in all of Don Quixote is that of the windmills, where, mistaking some windmills for giants because he's delusional and all, Don Quixote attempts to fight and loses. So as mentioned before, Cervantes fought in the Spanish military for 5 years, and he was very well respected for his fighting skill and his bravery. He was then captured and then enslaved in Algiers for 5 years. You can see this reflected in the writing of Don Quixote as symbolic traumas. Devoyne suggests that the windmills against which Quixote tilts are traumatic hallucinations of the sails of warships. Cervantes was nearly mortally injured on one ship, and many of his companions lost their lives on our ships. But reading further into the windmills reveals something else. Following his release from slavery, Cervantes spent the rest of his life poor and constantly between jobs. The juxtaposition between the grandeur and mythological status of giants versus the mundanity of windmills speaks to the idea that, despite his status as a war hero, Cervantes struggled against normal civilian life. We also see this in how Quixote attempts to defeat the giants. Charging at them with his lance is something that may have worked against real giants, but just as post-war Cervantes was, he is hit by the unrelenting, unstoppable movement of reality as the windmill's blades raise his lance, pick him up, and fling him down a hill. Thus, Cervantes expresses frustration and despair at his situation as a writer, that he was able to defeat giants on the battlefield, yet is unable to do anything against the constant forward motion of life. And that brings me to the next point, then the next scene, Cervantes and Quixote's interlinked deaths. I'm going to paraphrase that quote. On his deathbed, we see the delusional knight suddenly lose all delusion and renounce his old ways. What could make Don Quixote, who so loved his chivalrous novels, suddenly give them up? This reversal of Quixote's entire character is clearly indicative of a dramatic turn in Cervantes' life, his death. Don Quixote de la Mancha was written in 1615, 1 year before Cervantes' death in 1660. In Neo-Stoicism and Skepticism, in Part 1 of Don Quixote, Daniel Opera, the author, claims that Don Quixote was written to be the complete opposite of Cervantes himself, a parody. So, thus, this suddenly saying Don Quixote would be an anti-Cervantes, or Cervantes himself. Now, his hatred of chivalric books and reconciliation with God makes sense. There were distinct traits and beliefs of Cervantes, as he was a devout Christian. Being so near to death, Cervantes likely sought to bring his and Quixote's intertwined stories to a dignified close. Huge thanks to our humanities teachers and everyone who helped us along the way, especially Mr. Sweeney and Professor Garcia. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Wow, excellent. 2 great panels on defiance and the role of the defiant act in defining an anti-hero or bringing out their anti-hero qualities. Any questions that we can begin the Q&A portion with? I see a hand up right there. Do we have moving mics?
I wanted to ask the second piece, can you guys kind of explain more or elaborate on why you guys chose Don Quixote specifically to analyze as an anti-hero?
You can go ahead and start.
So thank you for your question, first of all.
For us, we thought it was really interesting that the author would purposefully demean his character and lower him to an anti-hero, because usually authors would love to show off their character. Here we see him consistently put the character down.
In addition, Don Quixote has something that a lot of other novels that we were selecting among didn't have, which was satire. And so we kind of drew on it in our presentation with calling Don Quixote a madman. And so, yeah, basically in our paper, a large aspect of it was the satire.
Yeah, we just kind of thought, oh, he's not like any other really anti-hero, and we, decided to explore more on that.
Thanks. Any other questions? Perhaps a question for the women who defy or risk anything. Yes, hand in the back.
First group. You may have answered it, and I may have missed it, but is the female, I'm just reading too much, does the female character need an oppositional male character for her to become an anti-hero?
Okay, so the question was, does a female character need an oppositional male character to become an anti-hero?
And I would say that it is a common thread in most of our stories now, but I would like to bring in another text that we discussed during this project, Little Women. Jo, the sister, at the very beginning, she has no really oppositional male interest, but she's still very much seen as an anti-hero because of the fact that she mainly wants to focus on her career and just like developing her own satisfaction and wishes. So though in these cases most of them have an oppositional, it's not necessary.
Great, thank you for that. Other questions? One towards the back, and then I'll come to you next. We have time for 2 questions.
Hi, so this is a question for the second group. You mentioned when going through like a biography of Miguel de Cervantes that he was a devout Catholic. However, the novel that he wrote, Don Quixote, was a parody on the Inquisition, which was basically forcing people to convert to Catholicism. So I just wanted to understand, like, why did he decide to write Don Quixote on the Inquisition while he was a Catholic himself?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. So during our research, that was actually something that we were interested in learning about, because how could he be Catholic and then comment on his own religion? So we found that there were 2 different groups called the New Christians and the Old Christians. And so Don Quixote was basically protesting against the other type of Christian, which was the newer Christians that had these stricter Catholic rules that they were trying to enforce in society.
Down here, I think we had a question.
Hi. Okay, so I know like in Pride and Prejudice, the love interest is still heavily praised. So how do you think painting the woman out to be an anti-hero reflects back on like the male love interest?
Thank you for the question. Can you just like clarify a little bit?
No, I mean like, I know you guys were focusing on the women, but like, they still praise like a wealthy man and like, oh my gosh, he's a provider. But like if there's still like the gold digger thing. So like, how does it like reflect on the man and not just like the woman? Does that make sense?
I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, the whole point is that it doesn't reflect on the man. Like, society will paint the men to be this perfect picture, and the woman's job was to marry this perfect man, and when she didn't, that's what made her seem like a bad person. But the men, like we said, they were cheating, they were like basically ignoring their wives, but considered a perfect man just because they had wealth and a higher status.
I think to bounce off what Camilla had said, it's really important for you to recognize the perspective that our project is taking. And again, we're taking the perspective of society here. And from society, these men didn't do anything wrong. Like I mentioned in, for example, Anna Karenina, she cheated on her husband. At that same time, men cheat on their wives a lot, believe me, a lot. But again, it's this perspective that villainizes these women because it's unusual. They just expect them to obey these expectations. And then think about it. Who sets these expectations? It's the men themselves. So obviously their perspective is not going to be as tainted as a woman would be. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I wanted to maybe ask a question to follow up on that, which is to ask you, let's take Jane Austen, for example, a female writer. What do you feel her perspective was? How is she showing us this? You know, is she sympathetic to the anti-hero win, or is she calling out some of these things, or is she participating in the creation of these norms that are harmful?
During our research, we actually found a couple articles about this. She had stated herself that a lot of the characters that she wrote about in her novels were a direct reflection of how she felt in society, and would purposely make these side characters like more villainized, one would say, and all of this was just to make the main female character look better. So in her way, it was kind of taking the power back that society took from women to say, like, these amazing characters are female and they can do more than a man can.
Thank you so much. That's a really thoughtful thing. And just to give the last group maybe the last word, I kind of had a similar question for you. Cervantes is obviously fond of Quixote, and I wonder to what extent, yes, we see him as this anti-hero, to what extent, as a satire, does it interrogate or push against this very unheroic time in which Don Quixote is trying to be a hero? To reflect perhaps not on his buffoonery, but the way in which the novel might, what does the novel make us think about his time as well as him himself?
Just to clarify, you're asking about the time, like when the novel was published about?
Yeah, and when the novel was set, yeah.
Yeah, so the novel was published when, I believe, towards the end of, like, past the end of the Spanish, past the end of the medieval Dark Age and the start of the Spanish Renaissance. And I guess that kind of points to the idea of the old falling apart and then the bringing in of the new, right? Because Cervantes is bringing in this new perspective of, oh, all these old stories, they're all garbage. They're nonsense, they don't mean anything. Instead, we're going to bring in this new perspective of, you know, think for yourself. Don't be like Don Quixote. Don't follow these stories off a cliff into a window, wherever they end up going. You know, be logical, and that was also a large part of what the Renaissance was about, you know, human intellect, logical, and kind of moving away from religion as like a foundational aspect of society, but also, you know, religion still played a large part during that time.
Great, thanks so much. I think that is all the time we have. Thank you for being with us today. As you exit, please go out the way that I am pointing. Your right, my left.
was a video? Malik, did you leave your glasses? Oh, yes. Auditory. Okay, well, we're showing them. Because they Symposium and Brooklyn I already did and you wanted that for the school year. And she's also I'm waiting for the 6, but we'll watch what it is.
What was your test?
we are ready to get started. Welcome. This is our final session of the day. I'm going to introduce our panel host. And before I do that, just try and come up with some good questions. There are good questions all day. So there'll be presentations and then a Q&A session. So think of some questions while you listen. Before I introduce the host, I want to say something about our host today. This is Professor Lee Morton. He is somebody who is not teaching with us right now, much to the detriment of our program. He has a great job, elsewhere. But for most of the 10 years that we've done this, is our 10th year, he was instrumental in making this what it is. So we're very, very happy to have him back here helping out today. It shows you his dedication to this program. He came back just to help out and be part of it. So please give him a very warm welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. That was unexpected, and it's really an honor to be back with you all on this 10th anniversary occasion. So without further ado, let's just hop into this next panel before I get all weepy. This is our 7th and final panel of the day. It promises to be a spicy one, the anti-hero love triangle. So we have 2 groups presenting. We'll go 1 and 2 in quick succession, and then we'll leave room for your spicy questions. First, we have Hassana Abdullah, Abigail Daljeet, Julia Prisbilo, Ren Walston, and Annie Wang, presenting How to Start Your Villain Era, Obsession and the Anti-Hero. Please welcome them to the stage.
Have you ever felt you've been treated unfairly while everyone else seems to win so easily? Struggled so hard to get what you want, but to no avail? Isn't it tiring to always be the victim in your story? Allow me to propose a groundbreaking idea. Just become the villain instead. With a few steady transitions from desire to obsession, you too can get just what you want. Love, power, lust, at the small price of your morality and others' livelihoods.
Sounds like a good deal to me. Good afternoon, students, faculty, and judges. Welcome to the 2024 Humanities Symposium. Today we will be presenting How to Start Your Villain Era, Obsession and the Anti-Hero. For our exploration into the anti-hero, our group chose to follow the path of 3 different characters widely considered to be villains of their story, and identify the common pathway that seems to align their transition into the state, from victim to anti-hero to villain.
The common theme we found was that in order for the transition into villain to occur, characters' individual desires, whether it be love, power, or lust, turned into intense obsessions, which leads them to commit actions that can no longer be considered justifiable by the viewers.
In today's presentation, we will be comparing our thesis text, Wuthering Heights, a Gothic novel set in 17th century England, to our supplementary text, the 2023 film, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and the Renaissance Spanish play El Burlador de Sevilla.
Our characters in question are Heathcliff, a tall, dark, and handsome main character of Wuthering Heights, Coriolanus Snow, the star student riding on the ashes of fallen legacy, and Don Juan, the 7th century nobleman playboy who traverses across Spain seducing women.
Throughout our project, we came to define the anti-hero as a character whose actions may be morally right or done with ill intent. However, because they can be considered justified to a certain extent, the anti-hero is not a villain because their actions can garner the audience's sympathy. To begin our analysis, we follow the story of Heathcliff. A poor orphan of no known origin, Heathcliff is the outsider in his adopted family at Wuthering Heights. Abused by his adopted brother Henley and belittled by society for being dark-skinned and non-European, he struggles to prove his worth in a world where wealth and social class are of utmost importance. To understand the effect of Heathcliff's victimhood on his subsequent actions as a villain, we studied the psychological effects of childhood abuse, in particular, the intergenerational cycle of abuse. Psychologists hold that the cycle of abuse is perpetuated as a result of experiential learning of the abused child. As Heathcliff's story continues,
we can see other characters begin to identify the traces of abuse he endured, become part of his demeanor and character. The abuse Heathcliff endures is simultaneously coupled with ideas of inferiority regarding his race. According to modern research, racial identity is instrumental in the development of a child of color, and as such, Heathcliff dealt with a psychological feeling of otherness or inferiority due to the reactions his peers had regarding his race, as shown through the quote. As a result of his circumstances, Heathcliff eventually seeks to acquit himself from victimhood and transitions into the antihero. His actions as the antihero began as intentional plays at revenge, for example, swindling Hindley out of his money and property. But to understand the transition from an antihero to a villain, we'll begin by analyzing the aspects of Heathcliff and Catherine's relationship that proved to be the cause of Heathcliff's downward spiral into a villain. Growing up ostracized in Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff often found refuge within the companionship of Catherine, his adoptive sister and sole ally within his family. The relationship was built upon an agreement to disobey society's rules. This relationship later transformed into a romantic love so strong that it raised questions about whether or not it was genuine or an addiction. When Catherine eventually marries Edgar, a man who is everything Heathcliff is not, wealthy, of established lineage, and European, Heathcliff was left with a bitter and growing resentment towards both, which clashed with his lasting feelings of love towards Catherine. Heathcliff's obsession with his lost love leads him to enact a vicious cycle of revenge against those who wronged him, thwarted him, and even the offspring of his beloved. Upon Catherine's death, Heathcliff turns erratic, inflicting abuse upon not only those near him, but also on her dead soul. He digs up her grave to be buried next to her, kidnaps her daughter Kathy, and forces a marriage between her and his own son. And he also inflicts various forms of violence upon Hindley's son. Through Heathcliff's action, he partakes in the continuation of the cycle of abuse. This behavior is the point that transcends beyond what viewers can consider justifiable and marks the point of no return, thus beginning his fall into villainy.
While both Heathcliff and Coriolanus go through similar character arcs, they have different motivations for turning into a villain. In allowing his vengeful impulses to overtake his morality, Heathcliff's obsession with love turned him into a villain. He had nothing to lose after he lost the opportunity to be with Catherine. Snow, however, starts his journey with everything to lose, and towards the end of the movie, when we see his poor choices start, there is too much on the line. Though the Snow family name presents him with a high social class in the capital, Coriolanus grew up living off the scraps after the Panem War. Again, this character has an established sense of otherness because despite growing up in a wealthy area, none of his peers could relate to his struggles. This ultimately motivates him to go to extreme lengths in order to reinstate his family's reputation and finally live a life like those around him. Please turn your attention to this clip of Snow telling his good friend Sejanus of this concern.
Your father will just buy your way out of it like he always does, while I'll be hung just for knowing you. Please, don't make me rescue you again.
I don't need you to rescue me, Corey.
You're just doing what anybody else would do, Corey.
This is where his story and Heathcliff's story become distinct. Snow knows that recording Sejanus' declaration to help the rebellion through a jabberjay and sending the clip to the capital will get his friend killed. But he also recognizes that if he fails to do so, he will be punished for being an accomplice. He is so conscious of what having nothing feels like to the point where he becomes obsessed with the idea of power, to the point where he will kill for it.
To offer a contrasting villain story, we also analyzed the Spanish play El Burlador de Sevilla, which follows the sexual pursuits of Don Juan Tenorio, who is characterized as a seducer who uses his sexuality to manipulate and exploit women. In contrast with Heathcliff, Don Juan is never a victim or an anti-hero, as his actions cannot be sympathized with at any point. He uses his privileges to dishonor and take advantage of women and does so with mirth. His social status, appearance, and bravado are exactly the factors that allow him to be unafraid of punishment and act on his obsession for sex, in turn letting him believe he can indulge in his sexual desires and objectify women freely, thus confirming his reputation as the villain of his story. As mentioned before, Don Juan's frequent immoral behaviors that lead him to be characterized as a villain can be explained by his noble status in Renaissance society. While Heathcliff came into the Earnshaw family as an orphan with no social standing, Don Juan grew up extremely privileged as a nobleman, the son of a confidant of the king and the nephew to the Spanish ambassador of Naples. Many studies have shown that upper-class individuals, like Don Juan, are more prone to unethical behavior because they have access to available resources to deal with the downstream costs of such unethical behavior. Like seen in this quote, Don Juan is able to engage in unethical behaviors throughout the entire play, which in this case are sexual pursuits of both married women and merchant women uninterested in sex, and then get away with them because of the safety net of his privilege and upper-class background.
It is a combination of both Don Juan's privilege and obsession with lust that results in his hedonistic tendencies and villainy. According to research by biological psychologist Helen Fisher at Rutgers University, sexual arousal has the effect of deactivating areas in our brain responsible for cognitive functions such as critical thinking, self-awareness, and rational behavior. This implies a lessened capacity for moral reflection or empathy, potentially contributing to Don Juan's exploitation of women for sex without regard for consequence. Don Juan's actions are driven by his selfish desire for sexual gratification as he discards women for his own pleasure. The audience is therefore unable to sympathize with his actions as he uses his privilege to feed an obsession that is rooted in personal gain, making Don Juan a villain who, unlike the other characters discussed in this presentation, never began as a victim of his environment or other external factors. It's important, however, to make the distinction between love and lust. Fisher's studies of addiction reveal parallels between the brain's response to romantic attraction and substance abuse. In this scene in Wuthering Heights, Heathcliff expresses his intense longing for Catherine even after her death, exemplifying the emotional intimacy and addictive quality that deep romantic love possesses. Additionally, romantic attraction shares similarities with addiction to substances, and the withdrawal symptoms of addicts are similar to those experienced by people who long for someone out of reach, or in this case with Heathcliff, mourning the one that he loves. Heathcliff's desperate plea for Catherine in this scene illustrates the depth of his love for her, different from the obsession that Don Juan has that possesses no emotional intimacy.
So what does this all have to do with the antihero? The defining factor that distinguishes an antihero and a villain is toxic obsession. All three of our villains, Heathcliff, Don Juan, and Snow, are obsessed with power, love, power, and lust, respectively. Heathcliff and Snow both have backstories that allow the audience to sympathize with them and justify their actions. So we see them more as anti-heroes transitioning into villainy, while Don Juan comes from privilege and is a villain from the very beginning. A character becomes a villain when they become so obsessed with their desires that the reader is unable to sympathize with their actions they take to fulfill their needs.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you start your villain era. We would like to thank the audience, our mentors, and our peers for supporting us throughout our work. A special thank you to Ms. Levine, Mr. Reedy, Dr. Shapiro, and Dr. Norton. Here are our works cited, and thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you so much for that invigorating presentation. Let the first group's kind of points sink in as we transition to the second group. We'll jot down a couple of questions as we go. Now we have Juliana Crino, Brody McDermott, Lily Wang, and Leslie Yupa presenting Love and Deception, Anti-Heroes in Love Triangle Plots. Please welcome them to the stage.
Love and deception, anti-heroes and love triangle plots. Consider this. Imagine you have gotten yourself into quite a conundrum. You've made two people fall for you, two people who you consider to be the closest friends you have. Person A has been there for you through thick and thin. They defend you at every point in time. They give up their free time to help you, and you can always count on them to be a shoulder to cry on. Person B is someone you have always had feelings for, but you were too scared to share how you felt. Who would you pick?
We will be discussing the role of the anti-hero in love triangle tropes, exploring how they have evolved in their beginnings and developed with time, stemming from a place as old as the Elizabethan and Jacobean time eras. Ranging from stories such as 19th Century Little Woman by Louisa May Alcott to Jenny Hunt's The Summer I Turned Pretty, we will be exploring the idea of an anti-hero through the context of jealousy, the first love theory, the idea of how love changes as you grow older and mature, and sibling dynamics with attachment styles. Love triangles can be described as a situation where a person is being pursued by two suitors or is the suitor to two people at once. There will always be a clear winner and loser in every love triangle, and someone will always get hurt in the end. An anti-hero can be defined as a character in a story who prioritizes their own feelings and needs above others. They aren't necessarily evil, but their morality comes into question with the decisions they make to satisfy their own desires.
So what makes up an anti-hero in a love triangle? Jealousy is the first love theory, family dynamics, and personal growth are all characteristics that the anti-hero in a love triangle experience that contribute to who they are at the end of the story. Jealousy is a feeling associated with longing for something that another person has. This can be applied to one's financial situation, physical possessions, or relationships. Joe and Amy present themselves as two characters with opposing qualities, yet they find themselves admiring qualities that the other possesses. While Joe and Laura's deep connection implied a happily ever after, this rooted desire to see them end up together blinded us from the reality of how incompatible they were as lovers. Joe only liked Lori after he had married Amy, revealing how both sisters are jealous of what the other has, despite having opposing ideologies. However, this moment is deeply influenced by Lori's fear of being alone and desire for love. While desiring love is noble, Lori hurts both sisters, going from being head over heels for Joe to immediately asking for Amy's hand in marriage, revealing flaws in his nature. In Noah and Allie's story within the Notebook, we are exposed to the role attachment plays in influencing our emotions and overall interpretation of love. While attachment can lead us to confuse our feelings of love with jealousy, it cannot justify betrayal and heartbreak. While Allie and Noah represent the idea of summer and teenage love, Noah's personality as a whole fuels the relationship with a passionate but toxic cycle. He does not allow himself to move on, fuels the relationship from Allie despite not having seen her for 7 years, and does not take no for an answer. Lon, Allie's fiance, balances Allie's personality well, but limits her ability to pursue her passions and education. These differing qualities influence Allie's decision as an anti-hero through her affair with Noah and returning to an environment influenced by attraction and teenage love.
The first love theory is the first romantic experiences that shape a person's future and behaviors in relationships. It's the foundation of what you might expect love to be. Belly has always loved Conrad since she was a little girl, and noted consistently that he is her first choice for love. However, after she didn't get the attention she wanted from him, she moved her interest to his brother Jeremiah. While her feelings for Conrad remain steady, she grapples with the realization that love is not always straightforward, and that relationships often involve difficult choices. Her decision to pursue a relationship with Jeremiah reflects this internal conflict, as she navigates the balance between her lingering affection for Conrad and her growing connection to Jeremiah. Belly's attachment to Conrad complicates her emotions and complicates her abilities to fully invest in her relationship and be truly in love with Jeremiah. These actions further prove that Belly is the anti-hero, because after Jeremiah didn't live up to her expectations, she gave him false hope as she secretly tried to go back to Conrad. In the Notebook, Allie struggles with her feelings for Noah and the life she's built with Lon. Her decision to stay with Lon, despite her lingering feelings for Noah, can be seen as selfish or cowardly, especially considering the impact it has on both men. However, she rekindled with Noah after the 7 years she's been apart from them, and after she's been in love with him for that long. This gave her a sense of realization that Noah is her soulmate. This uncertainty in her actions further reinforces her status as the anti-hero because of her self-deception or denial through staying with Lon. Allie suppresses her true feelings and ultimately leads Lon on while still being in love with Noah in order to maintain the facade of a perfect life.
As we know, love is a force both unpredictable and enduring, not only shaping choices but also evolving with them, mirroring the personal growth that marks our passage through life. It is suggested that when there is a previous connection, such as young love in this case, between the anti-hero and another person, it places the anti-hero in a position where they are tempted to make rash decisions for selfish reasons that have long been ingrained in their mind. As one gets older, these feelings of love are susceptible to change in numerous ways, and in this case, they grow deeper. In the Notebook, here is a video clip that embodies the pain that Ali does.
At a hotel who's going to be crushed when he
So you make love to me, and then you go back to your husband? Is that your plan? Was that a test that I didn't pass?
I made a promise to a man. He gave me a ring, and I gave him my word.
And your word is shot to hell now, don't you think?
I don't know. I'll find out when I talk to him.
This is not about keeping your promise, and it's not about following your heart. It's about security.
What is that supposed to mean?
Money!
What are you
He's got a lot of money!
Now I hate you, you
Well, I
slow
hate
bastard!
you. If you leave here, I hate you. I hate you.
Here, she shows no acknowledgement or care towards the man she's about to marry when in the presence of what Ali believes to be true love. Though Noah and Ali go on to get their happy ending, here Ali acts impulsively with no regard for either Noah or Lon's feelings, behaving in ways that deeply hurt them both. After Joe rejects Laurie's proposal, there is a mutual sense of lost experience, Laurie in his romantic rejection, and Joe in her guilt and realization that their relationship can never return to its innocent beginnings. When Joe sees Laurie again after he returns from Europe, he is already married to his sister, Amy. His quick moving on comes as a shock to Joe, of course, who never admitted any feelings out of respect for their longtime friendship. Here, Laurie's desperation to be a part of the March family leads to both sisters being hurt. So civic dynamics play a role in romantic relationships later in life through teaching children how to work and communicate closely with others. First, we must speak about two specific attachment styles that cause certain behaviors and reactions to others. Anxious attachment style refers to an intense fear of abandonment and rejection from childhood neglect. They often smother their love interests with affection as a response. Avoidant attachment style refers to the isolation from close relationships due to childhood neglect. They often become detached and distant from their love interests as a response. In Little Women, Laurie created distance between Joe and Amy. Laurie's actions led to Amy feeling inferior to Joe. This clip shows Amy's reaction to Laurie professing his love to her after rejection from Joe. Not again.
You said that a dozen times in the past month.
Short answer, save trouble.
Well, he...
Yes.
No, Lori. What? You're being mean. Stop it. Stop it. I have been second to Joe my whole life in everything. And I will not be the person you settle for just because you cannot have her. I won't do it. I won't, not when I've spent my entire life loving you.
We save trouble.
Well, he...
So, what makes Laurie the anti-hero is that deep down, Laurie even admitted to still loving Joe after announcing his engagement to Amy. He picked Amy as a second choice when in reality, Amy needed to be chosen for love as the first and only choice. Laurie's faults shined a light on his prioritization of his need for a romantic relationship over Amy and Joe's well-being and feelings. Throughout the summer at Turn Pretty, Belly jumped back and forth between Conrad and Jeremiah, often viewing Jeremiah as a second choice compared to her true love, Conrad. Conrad tends to isolate himself and become detached from his loved ones and romantic interests in times of need due to being viewed as a support system for his family in high-stress situations. He puts his feelings aside in order to aid others and in theory has adopted an avoidant attachment style due to years of emotional neglect. Jeremiah, on the other hand, adopted an anxious attachment style due to years of comparison to Conrad. He now fears inadequacy and abandonment. As a result, he attaches himself to his love interests. What made Belly the anti-hero of the situation are her manipulation tactics used on both brothers, which left Conrad and Jeremiah in an emotional limbo. Conrad felt as if he had wronged Belly and needed to make it up to her, and Jeremiah felt that he constantly needed to prove himself to Belly for the chance to be chosen. Conrad and Jeremiah have lost their sense of selves and have now made it their personal goals to prove themselves to Belly, all for her own satisfaction.
So what? Jealousy to love triangle stems from fear, not love, as one love interest may feel envious of the attention given to another. The anti-hero's indecisiveness and unrealistic expectations fuel tension, causing unnecessary heartache. They might start to have unrealistic expectations for the idolized memories of their first love that might not reflect reality in their current relationship. Sibling dynamics intensify the triangle, with the anti-hero manipulating each sibling for attention. This leads to heightened rivalry and emotional trauma among love interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 7 minutes for a couple of questions. Does anyone have one to start us off? Yes, I see one right there.
Okay, so going along with the theme of obsession and civility and that too much of anything is dangerous, what would you say to a lack of love? Is it easier to avoid villainy by avoiding love altogether?
Is it easier to avoid villainy than by avoiding love altogether?
Well, we would argue that not necessarily. As we see with Don Juan, his sexual exploits aren't based in love, they are based in just his own desire to fulfill his sexual needs. But he is still constituted as the villain, and we believe that he is the villain from the beginning, not somebody who transitioned from a victim to an anti-hero to a villain. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Anything from the other group on that question, or do we have other questions? No. Okay, very good. Yeah. Okay, it's a speculative question about what would have happened to Corlins Gray if he had not met character whose name I missed.
It's very interesting when you say that. I think his character is his whole plot is that he's trying to get the reputation of his family back, so he will do anything in his power to get his family to stop living off of scraps. So I think even if he didn't become a mentor in the Hunger Games, or even if he didn't win the or if his tribute didn't win the Hunger Games, I think he would have still eventually gotten to power somehow. Just his character, that's his motivation, and he'll do whatever it takes.
Great, thank you. Yes?
All right, back to that first question. I don't think it was answered really. So rewording. We've talked about obsession and extremes of leading to villainy. What about the inverse? And I mean complete lack of emotion. If you drain yourself of those sorts of feelings, you just become numb to the world. Is that virtuous even? Is that the opposite path? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, question about what the opposite of this over-obsession in romantic areas might be.
So our research did not explicitly cover a character who experienced the opposite. So I'm not sure how I would answer the question given the research and the thesis text that we followed. But if I tie it back to Don Juan and his story, he doesn't have any emotional attachment to the women that he seduces and then ruins. He simply does it for his own pleasure. So I would argue that there is no love attachment there. He is simply doing it for his own pleasure.
Does anyone have a question for our second presenting group? I have something of a question for you all. It's actually a question for both groups, but maybe we'll start with the second group. What is our attraction to these stories? If so much of what I took you both to be saying, that is both groups to be saying, is that as audiences we're being drawn to these decisions that we deem morally indefensible. Why do we love these stories so much, right? I feel like these are very, very popular stories, and we all kind of have this magnetism towards them.
I think as humans, we all love some form of drama. We want some sort of excitement in our life to experience through another character's point of view if it's not really happening in our own lives. And when such situations, such as in our case, love triangles, where there's two suitors for one person or one person has two suitors, we experience that drama, we experience anger, we experience all sorts of emotions like tension, jealousy, and that is what we really seek as people, to feel something such as that, excitement and that, wanting to know more, wanting to know what happens, choosing a side even, and choosing a side, rooting for one person, and we can tie that to our real life.
I feel like a lot of us are attracted to these kind of stories, specifically with the 3 books that we studied in this presentation, because they are marketed towards young adult, and I mean, the main actors are kind of attractive, so I feel like that's definitely a pull, and especially in the book adaptations, these characters are made to seem attractive. So when you hear a story about, oh my god, a girl that's just like me being chased by 2 guys, it's like you almost put yourself in the shoes of that person. So I feel like that's why we're also kind of attracted to, I guess, a love triangle.
Sure, the character's thrill. Now I know there are some Heath Club stands out there in the world too. What do you guys say to the same question?
Thank you for the question first, but I think that these stories are so popular because humans in general, we're very nuanced people and very complex, and we have different desires that might not be considered moral at times. It's kind of like a way of living vicariously through a character who can kind of live out these fantasies that maybe you aren't able to do in real life. But also just to answer someone's question before about, is it virtuous to have devoid of feelings in general? Our presentation kind of goes into the desires and obsessions that a character goes through with love, lust, and power, which is a generalizing of sort, but humans in general, we desire those 3 things many people in society. That's just the 3 things that kind of motivate people in general. And being devoid of emotion is not a human trait, I think. It's not captivating. And humans are, like I said, really nuanced. So when we explore characters that are anti-heroes, we can kind of relate to that in a way.
Great, thank you so much. I don't know where is my. Are we good for one more question, or are we all done? One more. Does anyone have a final question for these groups? Send us off. Last question of the day before we come back tomorrow.
I think there's one down there.
Oh, thank you. Yes, right there. What marks the difference between an anti-hero and a villain?
Our entire presentation actually kind of discusses the line at which we feel that an anti-hero kind of transcends into villainy, but we kind of classified it as when a character starts to perform actions that the mass majority of viewers can't really deem justifiable according to normalcies and societal expectations of what is moral. Because there's a certain line where there can be just a lot of actions back to back to back that happens, and it can get too much according to how people view it. Thank you.
Did you guys have any answers to that question? Okay, we will call it there. Thank you all very much, and let's give it one more round of applause. As you make your way out, please follow the direction I'm pointing out on past the person.
TikTok.
No, that's just so ass. It's like, bro, it started off good, right? And then you just started ripping on people. 36-year-old, 39-year-old man talking about yes. When? Like a couple days ago.
Yeah, that BBL juicy verse though. Y'all see? Are we gonna go? I'm gonna go to the 1010. We're gonna go to the bio club.
Is there another class?
Huh?
Is there another class?
No, today's the last one. This one's the last one.
So you're not going to stats?
What if you wait